Good evening, everyone. The special work session of the City of Grand Haven City Council, dated December 20th, 2021, will come to order. I think at this time we've got a presentation regarding the Chinook Pier redevelopment proposal presentation. And Jennifer, are you out there? Hang on one second. Is Jennifer going to introduce it? Thank you, Jennifer.
Good evening, everyone. Jennifer Howland, Community Development Manager. We have a development team tonight here to present their proposal for how they would redevelop the Chinook Pier Shops area. This is an implementation step of the Beyond the Pier Waterfront Master Plan, which was accepted earlier in 2021. So we are here tonight to learn about what they're envisioning based on the community's input over the past several months. So I'll pass it over to them.
Thank you, Jennifer. And will each of the presenters please introduce themselves so that the viewing audience can sort that out? Sure. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Scott Geerlings with Geerlings Development and Midwest Construction Group, and we're here with the architect and civil engineer. I'll let them introduce themselves.
Good evening, Kirsten Runschke with Architectura, the architect.
Hey, I'm Jab Lanowski with Marks Consultants, we're the civil engineer.
So appreciate your time tonight, and we'll be as brief as we can be to kind of help you get to the point and go through what you need to with questions from us. We gave you a pretty hefty proposal with what we were thinking about, and again, I want to go into this as this is a conceptual plan that we put together based on a meeting with the city staff along with the MEDC in their hopes to do some redevelopment there on that Chinook retail center as well as the farmers market. And I think what we did is put together a really good team. What we tried to do is get someone who has local familiarity. You know, we're from Holland, Zeeland area, so certainly we visit Grand Haven regularly and enjoy the property we're talking about. So I think this will be a nice addition to from what was there before. Unfortunately, had to be removed, and now hopefully this will replace it in a nicer fashion. And I guess we'll just go through this little. About us, you've probably read that, so we don't need to waste our time on that, and we'll just get moving towards, you know, like kind of the guts of the deal from a development standpoint, economically to make it viable. There's some information here. I can answer any questions you may have, but what we tried to do, there was no direction as far as land value or price, and we kind of backed into it. We came up with what is kind of a going lease rate around the area in West Michigan in higher, what would I say, denser areas like, you know, downtown Grand Haven would be a hot spot for retail development. And we tried to come up with some prices we could live with. We know what our building costs are. We know what the development costs are. The only thing we didn't know was land, and we knew that that was going to be the intent. My understanding was it was to be leased land, so the city will always own the property, and we tried to back into a rate that could get us to a certain rent parameter, and that's how we came up with that. So again, that can be discussed and negotiated over time as well. Are there any questions on that, I guess, would be my, are you looking for us to just do a presentation, then do question and answer? Okay. So
What I'd like, if possible, and maybe the others can advise, is I think it would be good. This is the first kind of unrolling of your plan for the community. There are people here in the audience who won't have seen it, and there are people perhaps watching the streamed meeting. So it would be good, from my perspective, to present an overview of what you're proposing, and I'd certainly show the photos or the renderings.
Sure.
So that people will.
Right.
Anybody got any other feedback? Ryan?
Sounds good.
Karen?
No, it's good.
Okay.
Thank you.
And these numbers are important because that's kind of the behind the scenes. The pictures are very important because of what it's going to look like. You know, and most important thing with projects we've done like this, we're working on a second phase of a project which is shown in here in Hudsonville, which was a retail, it was a mixed use building. And what we did with them is started, what we initially proposed at the end of the day wasn't exactly what happened. And I wanted to let you all know that we're here to negotiate this as we go, not set in stone necessarily. These are concept plans, materials, exterior, whatever, to fit in and blend well with the city. I think from a start, I think it gives a nice view of that. But if there's other things, we're not here to say we have to do it only this way and it's our way or the highway. We want to work with you to get you what the city wants.
And I think we all appreciate that.
Yeah.
And I guess what I would say is we may not be negotiating it here, but we understand your orientation and we appreciate that.
Sure, okay, okay.
Oh, one question, Scott,
Yes.
before you go into the renderings and start to talk about what you're proposing. Just for the audience and just as context, when a group like yours comes to propose something like this, there's a cost to all of you in terms of the hours that you invest in putting together a proposal. I was wondering if you could just give council as well as our residents an idea of the number of hours and at your billable rate, what the cost of pursuing an opportunity like this is.
Yeah, you know what?
It can be a ballpark
Yeah.
figure.
No, from a civil engineering standpoint, architectural firm standpoint, Midwest time, as far as, we had multiple meetings as far as planning, designing, work sessions, kind of like this, but sitting around a table back and forth. What were we looking for from a cost standpoint? What kind of materials are you going to use on the building? All of those things. And I would say we had 3 or 4 in-person meetings, multiple phone calls and virtual meetings, and then sharing back and forth with some elevation ideas. We price it out. We come back with some. So, I mean, to say this, if we were doing a pre-construction services agreement with a company who we work with, and Jason, you can help me here. What would this would probably be $10,000, I mean, in that ballpark.
At least that.
Yeah, yeah.
At least that, okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
So, I mean, we do this with the hopes of getting the work, knowing there's no guarantee. We realize that. We want to earn your business, so to speak. So, but anyway, I appreciate that, because that is good to let you know that this was just not cut and paste and put a couple things together. I mean, we put some time and effort and thought into this. Yes. Does
Thank
that
you.
help?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, okay. I'll move on then from that lease rate. The lease rate was just to show you, because once we start this project, you probably could care less what the lease rate is, but in order for it to be successful, it needs to be what the market will bear. And this is in the realm of what other projects along 31 and probably downtown and multiple other areas in West Michigan, what the rents would justify. And you've got a beautiful location. I mean, we realize this, that on the water right there, I mean, it's prime location. And I know from a community standpoint, parking is always the question as well. And I know there are comments, I read some of the comments that were sent for the agenda for this meeting. So, and another thing with other projects too, we do listen to those comments. We value those comments. We want to be as good of a neighbor as we can within this kind of a project. And, we're working on a big housing project, mixed use with residential and commercial. And we had neighbors, this is in Holland Township. And by the time we finished, we changed some things to satisfy them, and I think they were happy. And it didn't, you know what, we're okay to listen to their comments and make some changes if need be. So along that lines, then we've got a few projects that we've done. One on River and Douglas in Holland. It was a horribly unkept area in Holland. It's just over the bridge on River Avenue. There were some buildings that were literally sinking, the foundations. It was near the swamp on the north side of Lake Macatawa. And with this project, we did get MEDC assistance, and we did special foundations and everything, which I know we'll have to have some things being along the river right here also. And I think what we did there was took some way worse than what was at the Chinook Pier buildings And now it's some really nice, there's a couple bank branches there, and there's 2 retail strips with nice neighborhood services, nice quality project. So that's the river. And we did hit on the Hudson Center, which would be the next one there, which is a mixed use, not certainly something you're wanting along the lake shore. We understand the view and the vision to keep it one level, and we will respect that. But again, there's some other, just trying to show you some retail development projects we've done. And then the last one we had on here, or was that the last one? Oh, yeah. Oh, we did River and Douglas. Oh, I hit River and Douglas when we were on 16th Street. I got ahead of myself.
I think I caught up with you.
Okay. So anyway, the other one was in front of a Myers, which you have some Myers out here. You see those typical strips. But, I mean, same product, same material. Some of the same tenants could be in there. But we realized, too, on this project, there were some tenants in the building that was taken down that may want to relocate back there, we understand. We have a restaurant tour who has been successful in the West Michigan area, who has a desire to come here. Nothing is set in stone by no means, but that could be part of which, and I guess I should get us to the site. Yeah. So with what the city gave us and some of the parameters, what to do, you know, how we thought would best utilize the site, and I can let the Eben Marsh folks talk on that as well. But I think how we tried to lay it out from a pure economic standpoint, we had 2 versions. One showed the retail connected with the restaurant, and one showed it open. I like it open, like with that patio and everything there. It really can be used by not only the restaurant, as well as if there's an ice cream shop or some of those coffee shops, there could be some public seating there as well. And I guess, I don't know if you have anything you want to add to that?
Sure. I guess I'll just kind of start talking about the
Sure.
architectural aspects of it, because I think that's kind of what you're really interested in hearing about.
I can't say we're not interested in that, but
Or the boring part.
probably
Yeah.
the architectural aspect would be the most
Well, the stuff that I'm interested in, no. So, as Scott was saying, by no means has this been finalized or anything. This is just conceptual things to get us starting, having a conversation about what we want to see in our downtown, in those areas where we had previously had buildings, and where we have a farmer's market that maybe needs to be revitalized a little bit. So some of the aspects that we looked at, you know, yes, maintaining the location of the farmer's market where it is now, a little deviation from what was in the RFP, but we felt that was an appropriate spot for it to remain in. Similarly with the retail spaces, we said let's put them back to where they were, but again, revamp that and create a little bit more buffer between the retail and the actual waterway there, so that we're not so pushed up against that boardwalk in the area for the public. Likewise with the restaurant, we looked at a lot of open patio space, so we have connectivity with the waterfront, with the people that are socializing down there. We don't want it to be sterile by any means. So I'll just kind of go into some of these renderings that we produced. Again, just kind of conceptual ideas. The market, what we kind of read and what we focused on was providing something year-round, that the farmers could come and bring their produce in the wintertime, not only in the summertime. The way we looked at this was also to provide an opportunity for this space to allow for winter activities, so people could also rent it out. Knowing that our farmers market is only used 2 days a week right now, how do we generate more revenue? Let's enclose it. Let's let people come and use it more than 1 or 2 times a week. Allowing event space was the idea. I'm going to jump back to the site plan a second. Ashley, is there a pointer on this by chance?
Yeah, the top.
Sorry. I don't know how this will work, but so with the market, it was intended at one end of it to have kind of a restaurant area, an incubator kitchen, something that would also be service to the event center. So it wasn't just an empty farmer's market on odd days. Sorry, just reading through my notes. Again, responding to the RFP, it asked for a restaurant area, so we were looking at a small restaurant towards the south side of this site, something that would interact with the water, interact with the public, interior renderings of the farmer's market event center. Another side view of it. They're now kind of looking at a concept for a restaurant, main floor for the most part, allowing for a little bit of upper level for some view to the water, again, gaining another aspect of things. But really respecting the kind of the heights that we talked about in the RFP, not going over that 30-foot marker. We also wanted to have open space at the restaurant in order to interact with the city games that were down there that we have now, the concrete ping pong, the bean bags, all that sort of stuff. We want to make sure we have appropriate spaces for those. Similarly, with the retail space, we want to respect the idea that we had retail there, so we're not, imposing something new, something very grandeur. We want to keep visual aspects, so looking to bring in a little bit more light into this new retail. Again, creating a larger buffer down there at the water. All the materials that we've looked at really respect what's in the zoning right now. We talked with Jennifer, like what's permissible. So we're not going beyond and outside of the box, really.
Magda Smolenska with Arquitectura. So some of the items that obviously that were on the table was food truck alley. How do we make more green space along the waterfront? I can't point to it. But where the marina restrooms are, what if those went away and they became a park and those went into the farmer's market? So those are some of the things that, we thought about, but obviously this is just a quick blush of what it could be. So.
I'll just end, we really haven't had that opportunity to sit with you as key city stakeholders and what these ideas can really develop to be. They're just conversation starters in our renderings that we proposed, and I think there'll be a lot of questions and comments that you'll hear from people, those that like it, those that don't.
Mm-hmm. We're trying to be as flexible as possible with that market, make it multi-use, so it has some economic viability to it, whether that's city-owned or, and that was discussed, or public-private partnership. There's a couple different ways that could evolve, and without us knowing exactly what you wanted, we didn't want to be presumptuous and say, okay, we're going to just take this, or the city's just going to take this, because I don't know what ultimately is the best way for the city, because ultimately that's what matters, the city of Grand Haven benefiting the most, and the community from that standpoint. But I know that farmers market in Holland, which with the addition at the Civic Center more recently, they utilize some indoor space now as well, and that's been a huge success for that, for the farmers market. And I can see that happening in a good way here too, and where that space could be used for other things. And that's what we're trying to think down, for the future, what's the best way to do that? And putting that kitchen in there and having restrooms there to alleviate another facility or building that could get you more green space, I think ultimately. And I know it's important for you guys too, was stressed to us that mini golf, whether it stays right there or moves a little bit. I mean, we're open to those ideas. I think the community likes that, having those activity points there. So, we're here to open that discussion.
Anybody want to start?
I think we're good. If you have some questions, or we can dive deeper into certain areas or whatever.
I'm going to state just for the audience that there's a full package on the city's website. So if you're interested in viewing this in more detail, I encourage you, if you pop on the city's website, it's front and center, because it's a big deal for our city. And I did have just a couple of questions about the farmers market. I'm wondering how the farmers get their produce inside.
So obviously, maybe the position of this farmer's market is, you know, it's gonna have to shift, but ideally, like you saw in the renderings, they get back right into it. So at that time, you can't park there, obviously, but they could just line up.
So the farmers would back in, load their trucks, and then, or I'm sorry, unload their wares, and then move their trucks somewhere else?
Nope, they can
Or
just
they'd
stay there.
okay, they'd
Yep,
stay
they
in
can
like
just stay
that?
there.
Okay,
Similar to how they function right now when they back their
Yep.
trucks up and set up their stands,
But
but
in-
this would allow for
and the
coverage.
doors would allow that kind of access?
Yeah, and in inclement weather, the doors can be like the, what do they call them? The ones that pop up like this, to cover people from the rain. I mean, really, we can really even have food trucks here, at the farmer's market. You see at the top there is a potential for a mezzanine. You know, maybe it's small office rental, you know, people that need just a little cubicle. There's a
saw-
possibility to have that.
I saw is the height of the market to make it proportional, or is it to allow access by the trucks? Because it does allow like a full mezzanine, that doesn't appear to have a purpose. Aesthetically, it has a purpose, but does it have a function, would be my
It's a
question.
mezzanine where you actually it could be usable space. So if this became, so successful that we're renting this out every weekend, that mezzanine would be great for parties.
Ideally, if you think about having a kitchen or a restaurant there, the mezzanine would be used for their mechanical systems and that sort of thing, not necessarily for party goers, let's say, but more for the mechanical system. So that was the initial intent. And I would say it's not a full mezzanine, because on the one side, we had kind of looked at a single slope, which could be something that we, you know, look at green roof on, or we look at solar panels, try and, you know, bring in some new sustainable ideas into that as well. So maybe a half or a third of a mezzanine would be available.
Anybody else? Pat?
Thank you, Henry. I just want to ask Scott a couple questions about the numbers that you backed into.
Sure.
You referenced that you'd be looking at maybe some CDBG money through MEDC, or looking at brownfield TIF reimbursement, or a neighborhood enterprise zone. So are the numbers you used assuming a certain level of support from those various sources, or if those sources came online, would it change the numbers that you're throwing out?
A little bit of both. We gave a little buffer in there, but we did utilize, like, for example, with the community redevelopment grant, which I believe the gentleman from MEDC said Grand Haven is eligible for those type of grants or loans, in which normally can be up to 25%. And like a cap, the number is 700 or 750, and if we would have that discount, we kind of split the difference to come up with the rents to give a little bit of a contingency in there. But they are somewhat reflective of that, and as we fine tune numbers, we can have that information updated as well.
Okay, and I guess, you know, if it should we be moving forward, the past city council looked at our past tenants there and felt that they might want to bring some tools to bear to try to present those tenants we used to have with a comparable rent to what they were paying before, at least for an initial period of time, to give them a soft landing back into the retail space.
What were those rents roughly? Do you remember from a square
13 or
foot number?
14, was it? Yeah, $13 or $14 square foot.
And I think if we were successful, which I'm sure this project would qualify for with the MEDC, that we could get those starting rents at that, especially, and property taxes help too from a triple net cost standpoint. So, you know, you can't guarantee it, and that's where, but by the time the project would start, you can guarantee it.
Okay, we could
And that's
peel
where I
all those
think-
layers off and come down with some spreadsheets and get some,
Exactly,
Okay.
right. And that would be our goal, to get those guys back in those kind of numbers.
thank you.
Yes.
Would your proposal have changed if you were just allowed, you know, carte blanche for 3.4 acres? The heck with what the ARP said. Would you have changed your proposal?
That's
I
a
mean,
loaded gun right there.
Why I'm saying that is
Yeah.
that, you know, I'm only talking personally. You know, that is probably some of the most valuable land in the city. And, you know, I think that if we're gonna, you know, really consider developing it, that we should take advantage of everything. And, you know, I think this is no disrespect to staff or anybody, I just really thought that RFP was way too prescriptive. And it really didn't serve what I think you people were looking for. I've been in the development world, and, you know, I always said, let the developers tell us the best thing. Not that we're gonna accept it all,
Right.
but you know, I really would, you know, I mean, we've had comments, let's take the farmer's market and move it across to Harbor Island eventually. Do we look at Harbor Island and Chinook Pier as basically one unit someday? We know we've got, you know, a ton of stuff that we have to deal with on Harbor Island. There's no question. We know we gotta deal with that. But somewhere down the road, that could very well be another development site, you know, either recreational or whatever. I'm not gonna get into the specifics, but, you know, I was kinda disappointed. I'm just being honest with you. I really wanted something that was more, I hate the word holistic, but, you know, really something that took that whole 0.3 acres, 3.4 acres. If the farmer's market wasn't there and there was another place for it, so be it. You know, and I'm not, you know, as I said, I think it's that important to this community. And we're gonna get a lot of comments. I mean,
Right.
we've already got them.
Right.
And I know Kristen and Magna, we served together on the planning commission, so I know how important that is to everyone. So, you know, I don't know where we're gonna go from here. I'm only telling you what my, you know,
Sure.
from a personal perspective, I really was wishing that we really, you know, I know that some members of the city council says we don't want anything higher than 30 feet. Well, what happens if it's 35 feet? What happens if it's 37 feet? You know what I mean?
Right.
You know, do you add that second floor? Does it allow you to do more with the farmer's market? Does your numbers get better? Do your rents get better? You know, that's what I was really hoping for.
From the retail standpoint, really the only, you know, from the market standpoint, if we went up a floor, the problem is what we're trying to respect is everyone else's ability to see the waterfront and everything. I mean, to put a bunch of housing there, you could go 5 stories tall and
Make a fortune.
you'd put a wall in front of the community,
No,
which
none
no one.
of us want that.
And I get, and that's why, you know, but I think we tried to follow the parameters of what we were given, you know, and, but we're here for input from everyone, the community as well as you folks, so,
Well, listen, I want to thank you so much for your proposal. I know it
Yeah.
takes a lot of time, and,
yes.
you know, I just want to thank you.
Mike, got anything?
This is a good starting point, and as Kathy says, you know, people at home will be taking a look at this now and giving us the feedback and what they like and they don't like. I personally, it's a nice layout. I don't like the height. I mean, he may like them taller, but I don't like them taller. Most of the people in town even told us the same thing. They like to have more open green space, and you actually made more open green space for us. So I just like to hear what the public has to say and listen back and see what kind of feedback we get on it. So I thank you so much for your proposal. It's very intriguing, very nice. It looks good. But I think people have to take a look at it, and they have some other opinions they want to look at it. So we have to listen to them. So when it comes back, we're good.
Sure.
So thank you so very much.
Thank you very much.
Karen, got anything?
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you, and I think you're absolutely right. This is a great starting point, and typically, I'm presuming that part of this process is that when we do select, you know, someone to help us, you'd go through a process of validating and adjusting that vision based on the constituents' input, you know, some of our, so I know things have changed. I know you were given a lot of constraints on this. There may be some areas where we want to apply more constraints. There's some places we might want to just back off and say, hey, get a little bit more creative before you progress into your detailed work drawings.
Yes.
But that would be a natural part of this process, correct? That
Correct,
would be the
yes.
next step after.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I mean, this is us working kind of in our own little bubble, if you will.
Right.
Right. We're doing, like in Hudsonville, it took a year and a half. We're working in Zeeland, we've got about a year into it, and it's evolving. Even a neighboring property now got included with a city-owned property. We're starting the process with Spring Lake on another project with them. So we're used to that, and That's kind of the way these projects evolve, and we know, we didn't expect to come here and have you say, oh, this is wonderful, why don't you go to building permit? We totally agree with what you all said, so, yes.
And just, I come from a consulting background, so I'm kind of restating this, just assuming it's correct. But we would move in stages or phases with the selection of anyone. At any point in time, we can stop and actually say, no, we don't want to go any further, correct?
Right.
So, part of this is figuring out who do we want to work with to get to the next step in finalizing that vision. Would that be correct?
Right, yep,
Thank you.
you bet.
Ryan?
Yeah, I do, Mayor, have some comments. Perhaps, maybe it'd be a little better that I cover them during the, because it'll be over
Yep.
a few minutes. Yeah.
We may have to adjourn the special work session, reopen, we're gonna open the regular meeting, and if you'll stick around, we'll probably bring you back up so that Ryan can finish his comments,
Okay.
if that's all right.
Very good, thank you.
All right, the special work session, do I require a motion for this?
Nope, you
Okay.
can adjourn it.
Special work session is adjourned. I think we're gonna move, okay, just so everyone knows, out in the hallway, there are cookies. You're supposed to be invited for cookies with council. I don't think council's going to be able to take advantage of them, but if anyone needs cookie break, they can slide out and help themselves. And we're gonna move right into session. Is that all right with everybody? City of Grand Haven, regular city council meeting of December 20th, 2021 is hereby called to order. Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Cummins? Here. Councilmember McLaughlin? Here. Councilmember Fritz?
Here.
Councilmember Lowe?
Here?
Mayor McNally?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. We've got a invocation scheduled by Pastor Joseph O'Neill of the Nortonville Gospel Chapel. Could the chaplain please rise along with the audience and please remain standing for the pledges of allegiance? Thank you.
For unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given, and the government will be upon his shoulder. And his name will be called Wonderful Counselor, Mighty God, Everlasting Father, Prince of Peace. Let us pray. Thank you, Lord God, Father in heaven, for this time of year when we can slow down and take the opportunity to celebrate the coming of your Son to the earth to be our Lord and Savior. Thank you that one day the government will be upon his shoulder. We look forward for that day. Until that time, Father, you have raised up governors and presidents and city councils, such as our own here in Grand Haven. And we ask you to guide them and help them in their decision making. They need your wisdom to make good decisions for the benefit of this community. Please help each to set aside their personal preferences for the good of the entire city of Grand Haven. Help them to be fair and just, to be fiscally responsible, and to shun that which is evil in your sight. Give us courage, Lord. And Lord, we ask at this busy time that you'll help us with our own families to lead them in the paths of righteousness. We ask that you'll guide and direct this meeting and bless all the families here this Christmas. And help us, Lord, most of all, to keep our eyes upon you. For we ask these things in Jesus' name.
Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Pastor. Join me in the pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, Pat, do we resume the special work session or go straight to reappointments and come back?
New appointments, just
New appointments?
just write down.
Okay, the first new appointment on our schedule is for Kevin McLaughlin, and it's an appointment to the Harbor Transit Multimodal Transportation System Board with a term expiring June 30th, 2023. Can I get a motion to that effect?
So moved?
Second?
Motion by Fritz, second by Cummins. Any discussion? Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Fritz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowe,
Yes.
Councilmember Cummins,
Yes?
Mayor McNally.
Yes.
Motion carries.
We'll continue.
I see it down here, I've got it. Okay, thanks, Brian. All right, we've got actually 3 presentations to do this evening. The first is a presentation of the American Public Works Association Award. And I think, Derek, you're going to come up and explain what's going on?
Yes, Your Honor, Councilmember. Derek Gates, Public Works Director for the city. We applied for an infrastructure award. It's been a few months with our engineering firm, Abenmarsh. They were the firm that put together the information on 2 projects and combined them as an application to the American Public Works Midwest branch, a board that I actually sit on as now secretary. And our project was awarded the 2021 infrastructure award for a project over $1 million. So I'm here tonight. The presentation board is up there for you to see. This project included the reconstruction of Harbor Drive from Columbus to Franklin. It included over $1.5 million of work done, and there actually was a section of Columbus Street eastward of Harbor that was included. But it was all of our much needed infrastructure that's just crumbling. Water, sewer, storm sewer, included fiber optics. The city's network runs through that neighborhood, and even in preparation for someday undergrounding of the power lines in that area. The second project, that project was done by Jackson Murphy, contractors of Muskegon. I've worked almost my whole career dealing with that contractor, and they're a really good contractor, and we think we got a great project out of them. And that project actually was majority funded by, I believe it's an MEDC grant, Pat, am I correct?
Yes, it was the DIG grant, Downtown Infrastructure Grant, right? ICE. Infrastructure Capacity Enhancement.
That's it, okay. I knew it was. So anyways, that was, I believe it was a 90-10 grant. So 90% of that came from the state and only 10% came from city coffers. The second part of the project that was combined was our Riverwatch project, which was an MEDC grant, I believe, right? Yep. Okay. That was another $1.5 million project that included infrastructure in and around Bicentennial Park. And the much needed pine trees that came down in front of along Harbor Drive, and a functioning patio there with tables, chairs, and additional seating and picnic tables along the waterfront. And so that was another grant that was 90-10. So again, only 10% came out of city coffers. So I'd like to present. I received this from the association on Wednesday night on behalf of the city, and I'd like to present this to you now.
Can you bring it up?
Absolutely.
You want me to come out, please?
Sure.
Okay, come on, you bet.
The old grin and grab.
that whole use case. So thank you very much for your hard work there. Well, thank you. And you can hold that and keep it in your office. Congratulations. Well, thank you. All right. Because the next two awards are going to be presented here, and the first is a encore performance by our super clerk, city clerk, former city clerk, I should say, Linda Brown. This is a, Linda, are you here? I'm here. Imagine. This is a State of Michigan special tribute to Linda S. Brown, and I'm going to read it as follows. Let it be known that it is with deep appreciation for the hard work and leadership this accomplishment represents that we congratulate Linda Brown on her retirement as a prestigious and trailblazing clerk for the city of Grand Haven. Linda went to Denton High School and then furthered her education at Grand Valley State University, where she earned a degree in public administration. She has been serving the city for over 30 years. She started her time with the city in 1990 as an account and deputy clerk, then became the city clerk in 2008. Linda will retire, actually has retired in late 2021 with 31 years of service, the last 13 as a city clerk. Throughout her time as city clerk, Linda has had to perform numerous tasks, including maintenance of city documents, issuing public notices to both the council and citizens, administering elections, and maintaining voter registration for Grand Haven's 11,000 plus residents. Throughout her time serving, Linda has exemplified an outstanding customer service attitude. Grand Haven's Mayor Bob Manetza described Linda as having competence, dedication, and commitment to providing superior service to the people, which she proved throughout her tenure. Brown, on more than one occasion, has taken time in and out of office to educate herself on many issues that came across her desk. She did this to give her a deeper understanding of the issue, which in turn would allow her to better serve the people. In special tribute, therefore, this document is signed and dedicated to congratulate Linda Brown as she retires. We thank her for her consistent faithfulness in working for the people and challenge her to continue to use her excellent leadership efforts in all aspects of life. Signed, Roger Victory, State Senator, the 30th District, Jim Lilly, State Representative, the 89th District, Wayne A. Schmidt, State Senator, the 37th District, Garland Gilchrist, the 2nd, Lieutenant Governor, and Gretchen Whitmer, Governor, the 101st Legislator at Lansing, November 2021. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Nope, got Vince, one for Vince. We good?
Yeah.
Got anything to say to us, Linda? Is
kinda said it.
retirement treating you well?
It's just weird.
I'm out of here.
It's like you get up, it's like, what am I gonna do today?
It'll get better.
Yeah, I am enjoying it though.
Good. I'm
Yeah.
glad to see it, and I'm glad to see this come through for you. And as we said, as she retired, in many ways, the city clerk is the beating heart of our city. And Linda has really performed in an exemplary manner for this city for many, many years. And I have the greatest respect for you and for your work ethic and for really the excellence you've shown throughout your tenure. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Uh-oh. All right, the next honoree is Kathleen Clint Holt. Kathleen Holt, would you please join me at the podium? Oh, we put these on until we do the picture. Would that be okay?
That's fine with me.
Yeah. Okay. This is a resolution of appreciation. This resolution is proudly presented to Clinton Holt, whereas in May 1993, Clinton Holt started as a seasonal dockhand, it's a deckhand in the Coast Guard, sorry, at the City of Grand Haven Marina. And whereas on July 1st, 1994, Clint started his public safety career with the Grand Haven Department of Public Safety as a police officer and firefighter, was then promoted to sergeant on February 3rd, 2003, to lieutenant on October 15th, 2013, and finally captain on May 7th, 2018. And whereas Captain Holt has served the citizens of Grand Haven with loyalty, respect, courage, and consistency, and whereas Captain Holt has been instrumental in protecting the safety of several 100,000 attendees to the annual Coast Guard Festival through meticulous planning, coordination, and dedication to duty, and whereas Captain Holt has provided civilian response to active shooter events training to many schools, businesses, and public organizations in the Grand Haven area, raising the level of safety for school students, school staff, employees, and customers, and whereas he is recognized as a leading expert on the topics of water safety, water rescue, and ice rescue, and has trained public safety personnel to the highest levels of proficiency, and whereas Clint is dedicated to his wife Michelle and 3 children, Elijah, Isaac, and Jonah, now therefore be it resolved that the City of Grand Haven formally recognizes Clinton Holt for the 28 years of service and dedication to the safety of the community, and is awarded with the city's highest recommendation that should he wish to secure a summer position as a dockhand at the Grand Haven Marina, he's got a job. Signed, Catherine M. McNally, Mayor. I've got a couple things to say, and then if I could, I'd like to turn the mic over to you.
Okay.
What I want to say is that public safety is not easy work, and in recent times, I think it's become more difficult, more challenging, and it's important that the leaders that we have in this field exemplify honor and integrity, intelligence, and fairness. And I think from everything I've seen and heard of you, Captain, those are virtues that you possess and teach. And I respect that greatly, and I wish you well in retirement.
Thank you very much.
You bet.
Thank you for the kind words. I didn't really prepare a speech. I wasn't sure what to expect when I showed up. But anyway, I do want to show my gratitude and thank the city for taking a chance on a 21-year-old kid when I got hired here in the city. My wife and I have been long residents here in the city, raised. And the support that we've gotten, not only from the community, but the councils that I've served under for the last 28 plus years now is just bar none. I look across the nation and see all these municipalities that are defunding police, and I've never felt any of that from our city, and I'm so thankful that I had the opportunity to work for the city. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, at this time, we have the first call to the audience. Members of the audience may address council on
Approve our agenda.
Okay, thank you, Ryan. I missed one more. We've got approval of consent and regular agendas. Has anybody got any motion?
Any changes?
Yes, are there changes? Has anyone got changes?
I wonder if we can remove,
I'm sorry, Karen, say it again.
remove letter F and move to new business?
The new business? Anybody else? I'd actually also like to see D, items D and G moved to new business.
So D, E, and F?
D, F and G, I think is, Karen, does that cover yours? And that covers mine. Anyone else?
Okay, I got it.
Okay.
I must have gotten an O.
Now, can I get a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second?
Motion, okay, so it's a motion to approve the consent agenda and the regular agenda as modified?
Yes.
And the motion is by McLaughlin, the second by Lowe. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, Your Honor. Councilmember Fritz?
Yes.
Councilmember Lowe?
Yes.
Councilmember Cummins?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Mayor McNally?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, now we're going to do the call to the audience. At this time, members of the audience may address council on any item, whether on the agenda or not. Those addressing council are asked to provide their name and address and will be limited to 3 minutes of speaking time. Council will hear all comments for future consideration, but will not have a response at this time. Because of the high level of COVID in the community, we are also accepting phone input during this call to the audience. And the phone number is, if anyone out in the viewing audience wants to phone in, the number is 616-935-3285. Those not physically present who would like to call in may dial. If it continues ringing, please remain on the line until your turn. We will take all callers tonight. So again, the number is 616-935-3285. Have we got a call already, Pat?
Hello, caller, you are live on City Council.
Yes, this is Amy Frame from the Grand Haven Seventh Day Adventist Church about the request for Messiah's Mansion.
Yes, Amy, go ahead, the council's listening.
Yes, I'm just reporting in as attending the meeting at this time, and I'll address any questions later in the agenda.
Okay, very good. We're going to have to cut you off. This is during call to the audience, but thank you for calling in.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone personally who'd like to just come up to the podium, state your name and address and your business before the council.
Good evening. I'm Laura Grace, and I live at 208 North 2nd Street in Old Town. And that's why I'm here. I'd like to bring up an issue regarding zoning changes that are going to affect if they go through Old Town. Last January, City Council passed a moratorium on these zoning changes, and they're about to expire. And that's why I'm here this evening. So what we're looking at, and I want to make sure I've got the right numbers, is that we're looking at reducing minimum lot sizes from 45 by 132 feet to 33 by 132 feet, and allowing duplexes to be built on these lots. Also, there are traditional lots in Old Town that are 66 by 132 feet in size. So basically what we're looking at is if a builder wants to go into these lots, he can knock down the current one-home structure, split these lots in half, and put duplexes on each side of that lot. So we're going from 1 home to 4 homes. And so living in Old Town, our concern is that, well, you can imagine what our concerns are. We're looking at more people in Old Town. We're looking at more of an imbalance in Grand Haven where we have less people here in the wintertime, more people in the summertime, and we're already dealing with a lot of people in the summertime, getting through town, finding parking spots, even finding a place on the beach. It's getting very crowded in the summertime. But more importantly to me, what I'm looking at as a resident of Old Town, our house that we bought is over 100 years old and was renovated, and thankfully they left the outside of the structure intact with the character of the history of the home. And so our concern is, and I've seen this in other parts of the state and the country because we've had other homes in other parts of the country, our duplexes are often not a family home, but they're for rental investment purposes. So we're very concerned about this happening in Old Town. And the neighbors that I have spoken with who know about these zoning changes are also deeply concerned. So we're asking you tonight to consider these zoning changes because what happened was City Council asked the Planning Commission to look at these and review them, which they did, and they suggested rolling back the changes. But they left out Old Town and the South Side and East Side neighborhoods. So that's why I'm bringing this concern to you. So thank you for listening, and happy holidays.
Thank you very much.
Oh, Mac.
I don't want to lose my hearing aid. Walter Mac Davis, 209 South 3rd Street. As some of you may know, the cities of Montague and now Whitehall have declared themselves climate crisis cities. I'm going on Wednesday night up to Montague to meet the two women who were instrumental in that development to find out what their experiences was like. I hope that we will declare Grand Haven a climate crisis city, and to that end, I want to suggest that you form a commission to advise you on the extent of the problem, the ways in which global climate change impact on Grand Haven, what to look forward to in the years 2030, 2040, and 2050. We must understand the gravity of the problem we face. I think on any such commission, the first person you should appoint is someone from the high school green group. They know more than many of us because it is their future that we have left them. I have contacts with those people and could suggest names to you. I'd also humbly suggest that I be on such a commission. As some of you may know, I've researched this for a number of years. My latest book that I'm working on right now is on the climate crisis. I think that I can provide you with the kind of information that you would need. I also would like to have a third person on such a commission. I would like that to be a woman. And perhaps, Karen, you could consider that possibility. I really hope that we will be able to do this thing. We can do it. We must do it. I just add, well, no, I won't add. It was going to be a comment about someone on a national level preventing us from doing what we must do. Thank you very much, and you can be in touch with me on this, please.
Thank you, Mac. Any other members?
Hi, my name is Debbie Holverson. I live at 212 North 6th Street. Very recent resident of Old Town, just moved in April after spending 28 years in Spring Lake, and was just recently brought up to speed on the ordinance that you spoke about just a little bit ago, and that's why I'm speaking to you tonight as well. And that's to encourage the moratorium and the eventual, possibly the eventual reversal of that ordinance to reduce lot size and allow duplexes. When we bought the home, you know, we were charmed very much by Old Town, the mix of large and small homes, most of them old, and still clinging to that neighborhood feeling. We walk the neighborhood every day with our dog, and it's great access to Duncan Woods and to Linear Park and to downtown. And just tonight, I spoke with the general contractor of a home that's being renovated right around the corner from mine. I can see the entire house every day, can hear it every day getting renovated. And he said that that home is being, the woman who bought that home has bought 2 other homes in the neighborhood and is renovating those to be Airbnbs as well. So if this ordinance were in play, and if I understand the ordinance correctly, and those are all 66 by 132 foot lots, instead of 3 homes being renovated for Airbnbs, it could be up to 12. And that definitely concerned me. Like I said, I am new to this and just coming up to speed, so please correct me if I'm wrong about my understanding on the ordinance, but I understand that the original goal of the ordinance was to increase affordable housing, and I am definitely for that. I think affordable housing in the entire Tri-Cities area is a problem. 28 years as a teacher in Spring Lake, our new teachers could not afford to live in the Tri-Cities area. They often had to live in Grand Rapids to find affordable housing. I think this is a problem that needs to be addressed. However, this ordinance, as a standalone ordinance, I fear will just increase the number of houses, and more houses does not equal affordability. Affordable housing has to be grouped with strategies like rent control and specific housing for, reserving housing for low-income families, and access to federal and local subsidized mortgages, and done in a way that brings in the entire community, not just one part of our city of Grand Haven. And I don't see in my admittedly cursory review of the notes that were taken at previous meetings that any of that was going on. It was just like, oh, this ordinance will increase affordability, and I just don't see that happening. And I'm concerned that the result will be just cramming a greater quantity of expensive, is that my time? Oh, okay.
You can finish your thought, ma'am.
Yeah, we're just gonna cram into an already dense area. And frankly, Kathy, you were elected on your platform to defend the small town character of our beach town from overdevelopment. And I would request that the council take that into consideration as it considers the moratorium on the ordinance. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Sheila McNally, 100 Franklin. I'd like to pretty much reiterate what both Laura Grace and Deb said, but also for Southside neighborhood. We all deserve the same consideration you've given to the higher end neighborhood near Duncan Woods. Thank you.
Good evening. Thomas Stevenson. I live on 2nd Street in Grand Haven, which is the old town area. And I just want to reiterate what these women have very well said. I also want to speak to what's already going on in Old Town, which is the Peerless Flats development, which is under construction right now. I happen to live right across the street from that development, and it is very disruptive. And my fear is not for the short-term disruption that we're facing right now, it's for the long term. The increased traffic going up and down 2nd Street, which was already pre-construction quite extensive, is going to be tremendously increased. And then we also have, I believe, the Tribune development going on, which is going to increase the density, not speaking to the new zoning that could increase the lot sizes and density within the lot. So I'm just seconding what other people have already said. I'm very fearful that the character and soul of Grand Haven is being irreparably harmed by all this development. We don't need change for the better, because I view Grand Haven as already the best. And therefore, change in this instance is not required, is not for the betterment of our community.
Thank you very much, sir.
Good evening. Jim Hagan, 400 Lake. I'd like to quickly mention 3 items. The first is the Chinook Pier redevelopment. I think Councilman McLaughlin's suggestion and the letter that the Friends put out suggesting that we look at the Harbor Island site, which actually is just over 3rd Street Bridge. It's over 3.5 acres versus 3/4 of an acre for the market right now. It's a fantastic idea. Another idea presented in that letter was a circulating bus route that would take people from around the courthouse lots all through the city, through that new market area, State Park, and just do circulating, and eventually switch it into electric from current. I think it's a fantastic idea. He suggested that a community group be set up, and I would really encourage the council to go forward with that. I think it's a fantastic idea. Next item, real quick, the letter of intent to keep going forward on the diesel plant. I don't see why we should do that right at this time. We need to get that appraiser in, the appraisal in, and see what that's going to do. If we encourage CL Lakeland to go ahead, I don't feel good about it. I mean, they're going to be doing work. Let's get the appraisal in and see if we have to do something with the RFQ. The next item is on the diesel plant. I've looked at the Ottawa County GIS system. The city manager sent me a document from Abner-March where they did the survey, and a critical item there is that the right-of-way's been changed on the proposed ROW and boundary document from Abner-March. At the Sandpiper condominiums right now, it's 50 foot. So we have a nice straight line of 50 foot. On the new drawing, it's down to 33 feet, which means that buildings can be 17 foot closer to the road, at least. I don't know what the setbacks are now versus then, but it tells me that the buildings can go a lot closer to the road. I definitely do not want to see that. And that zone is a WF2 zone, waterfront 2. There's very strict view requirements that things cannot be impeded. And I'm just alerting the community to this. I'm worried about it. I don't want to see a proposal put forward that pushes buildings out there, because I've heard too often, oh, we've gone too far, we can't reverse ourselves. Let's not go there. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Jim.
Chuck Rising, at 310 South Harbor. I look at some of the development that we've been doing, and my concern is the ratio of parking to the sizes of the houses and the properties that, like the diesel plant and places like that, the adequate parking. In the past, we've run into problems, and I had to solve it by renting out property that belongs to the city, such as the Zephyr building. Built that, inadequate parking, you ended up having to rent some of your parking lots or to the people that live there. The new ice cream building, or the building where the ice cream place was, and they got 4 condos there, it appears that there's only 4 or 5 parking spaces for 4 units. I don't know too many families are driving around with 1 car in a family. So that means you're going to put more cars on the sidewalks or out on the street. Any developments we do, even when we built our marina back 30 years ago, the city demanded that we would have 1.5 parking spots per slip. It's a marina. 3 to 4 months a year we use it. You make it easier for these people to have only 1 parking spot for a 2-bedroom or 3-bedroom condo. It makes no sense. Parking is important to have places for people to park. This town is already tight. Most of these people that are renting and buying these condos are summer people. You're creating a problem. I also live on Harbor Avenue. I think we've got a great police force. But if you folks could live on that street for the 3 months of summer, I'd love to see what you do with the traffic running by your house. I see more police officers off season than I do on season. It's too much noise. There's kids speeding. Even the police officers, when there's an emergency, they're doing 60 miles an hour past my house. I don't know if that's the wisest thing. I know it's important to get to an incident, but that kind of speeding through a crowded road, I think we got to have some thought put into that. My part. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Hello, Josh Bruger, 626 Slayton Avenue. I'm also here as a representative of the Ottawa County Economic Development and Brownfield Coordination Committee, which I sit on at the county level. I'm speaking in regard to the moratorium and then the extension thereof. I just wanted to say that I voted for 3 of the 5 council members because of your financial acumen and your understanding of economics, and in particular on this issue when it comes to supply and demand. That's essentially what we're talking about. And continuing the moratorium continues to limit the supply of housing. And it does, although it takes time, have an effect on housing affordability in the city of Grand Haven. If we want to continue to regulate housing as far as these neighborhoods go, and we want to encourage housing affordability, the best way to do that is to allow for only long-term rentals and long-term home ownership, rather than to limit housing altogether, as the moratorium, if it were extended, would do. I have a personal story as far as how this works. Just Tuesday night, my wife and I had our accessory dwelling unit approved. We've got a few conditions to meet, but it was approved by the Planning Commission. And the next day, we called our renters in a house that we just sold to let them know that we would no longer be their landlords. These things happened at the exact same time. And the renters that we spoke to said, "We know, we just spoke to the new landlord and they're raising our rent." I said, "Well, if you need something more affordable, my wife and I just got approved for an accessory dwelling unit above our garage. Come on over." So in time, the ordinance that we created over the course of 4 years, openly, very transparently, will have a very positive effect on housing affordability. So I would really ask that you guys not extend the moratorium. If you want to tweak it, do it at the council level. The Planning Commission has already reviewed this multiple times. So take the leadership stance at the council level, limit the housing to long-term rentals and long-term housing, and I think you'll make a big difference. Thanks so much.
If we got anybody else? Any other member of the audience with anything to say? All right, let's move on. At this time, we're going to go back to the continuation of the work session. And if we could bring up the development team for the waterfront proposal. As I think at this point, Council Member Cummins had a few questions.
All right, well, just to kind of continue on a little bit, thank you for being here. I appreciate Council Member Lowe's question about, how much time, you folks have into this, because it's, we appreciate your interest in the community. It does take your time and resources to prepare a proposal. And in fact, I was a little surprised when we got our list of proposals and you were the only one. So kudos to you for your interest. It brought some concern to me initially when I saw only one. No disrespect to you, but I thought, well, what are we missing here? And you folks are here maybe taking more of a risk than what some others might be willing to take. So I appreciate your due diligence. Some things that I like about the plan, I like the transparency and the amount of glass that's there and kind of trying to open things up. I like the decking. I like kind of some of the interactive type options. I guess for me, I just was, and it kind of goes to Councilmember McLaughlin's point that, we have an opportunity that we haven't had in a long time to kind of revision the area and think a little bit bigger. I appreciate the approach of saying, perhaps there's some interest in replacing what we had there, but maybe freshening it up a little bit. And I see that approach. And I'm looking forward to some feedback from the community to see maybe that is, more of a preference that there may be. But I was hoping to see, hey, what are some really grand ideas? Let you kind of run with it a little bit more. I think it's, one of the community members that sent an email kind of talked about it being kind of really linear. So there's a lot of kind of sharp edges to it. So I think some of that could be kind of softened. I still see a lot of just kind of concrete, and I think there's some other opportunities actually to kind of still have some buildings, but still also enhance green space in the greenway. I think there's a lot of opportunities for that. You know, the farmers market concept is kind of you guys letting us know, hey, if we could do something, if you guys can kind of work out some of the numbers, right? That's kind of just it's there, but that's not your primary focus. It's obviously the other pieces. So I think we definitely, the idea that we received, I think it was today, right? About looking at maybe we need more expansive space for a farmer's market. You know, I think that actually has some merit, and I had some questions to that idea that came up, but I think that, hey, I'm open to having some of those discussions, especially if we can still connect people still to our waterfront and downtown, even if it's kind of spread out. So that was kind of just my thoughts. I appreciate you kind of saying there's just some initial thoughts. It's not like it's, you know, a dead set plan. You know, I would like to see a lot more and maybe a grander vision, especially because this is going to be a 50 to 100 or more year type of change that we're looking at, and we want what's best for future generations. So thank you.
Does that raise anything further for any of you?
Yeah, we certainly can look at that, and we will get together and maybe respond. I don't know if we get back with Pat?
Yeah.
If that would be
I think that
the liaison to...
Pat will be the liaison.
Okay. Maybe we can sit down with you in the near future, kind of come up with a little strategy based on some feedback that has been brought in, and try and refine it a little more.
Maybe that's the feedback is, what if you didn't have as many constraints? That's the question. What other ideas do you have, you know, is that fair, Kevin?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well,
Just think outside the box.
I'm just going to caution everybody that we send out a request for proposals. So the question is, do we at that point send out a request for proposals again to a wide range of contractors? And if we don't, are we doing our due diligence in that?
Yeah, you're probably right, man.
Yeah.
You're probably right.
I mean, I'm not adverse to offering them that opportunity, but I don't think we can just offer it to them.
Well, my question is, we sent the RFP that had a lot of constraints. If we're asking them to, and this is the firm that responded and invested the time to respond to this council, so I think we need to give them first opportunity to come back before we go out there. That's just my view.
Anybody else?
Yeah, can I just ask Pat, you know, I think some of my concern is that, you know, we sent out around 15 RFPs for the master plan, got one response. We sent out 10 or more for the appraiser, we got one response. We sent out for this 3.5 acres with one response. Can somebody explain to me why? I mean, something's not right. It just doesn't seem as I don't know. You know, as great as this city is, I'm just surprised that we don't get better response.
The 3.5 acres, is that this project you mean? Or- Okay, so we've got that and the appraisers.
Yeah, and the master plan. Around 15 went out for the master plan, we got one response.
Oh, right, yeah.
It just seems odd, that's all. That we only get one response for, you know, for some, what I think some pretty big projects.
Yeah, all I can do is speculate. You know, speculate that the $16,000 master plan was not a very big fish and didn't attract a lot of attention. Got one firm that thought, well, maybe this will get our foot in the door and give us additional future business with the city, so they took a swing at it. The current plan, I think you've hit the nail on the head a little bit. Some of the prescriptive nature of the RFP may have not looked real good to some developers who like to go a little bigger, a little more density. And one developer in particular did give us some feedback that just the numbers didn't work. When they looked at what the rent they would have to charge would be, it just didn't come up with something they wanted to bid on.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it sounded like, and again, I'm just speculating, that the cans we tied to it kept a lot of people from bidding.
Okay.
And then on the, what was the other one? Oh, the appraisers,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
sent out an email, begged people for every appraisal firm they knew of, commercial appraisals, and we just mailed it out now. You know, maybe we could have called a number of individual ones, but I was kind of excited about the one we did get, 'cause it's a very
Yeah, I
qualified
agree. I'm not
appraiser.
arguing.
Gave us a good number, so I thought, well, okay. So yeah, that is unusual, and I, you know,
All right, I'm
purchasing
fine.
function, you can always spend more time on it and actually call people and work it and really try to get them to respond. Now, to Councilmember Lowe's point, she asked earlier how much they had into this, and they've got a significant investment already. And it's not unusual to go out and look for a development team and then talk to them further. You know, we've looked at their qualifications, they're local, they know the market, they're connected locally with other vendors and contractors and subcontractors, and some of them live right here in our community. So it wouldn't be a bad team to try to flesh this out a little bit, unless you want me to go out and take bids from the universe, and we can do that again, we can start over.
One of my questions is, clearly, we're part of the problem in terms of being too prescriptive. What's the risk of taking the next step in working with a group, the group that has to help us with our community come up with something that everyone is happy with?
I mean, I think if you're willing to do it,
Well,
I'm fine
it would
with
be at a
yeah.
cost. It's like that next, that next step. That's the question. Because at any point in time, you can stop and say, you know what, no, that's not at all what we want to do. But if we can't do this ourselves, then it means we need to pay someone to help us do that next step.
We're in no hurry.
Well, I
It's
guess,
not going anywhere.
yeah,
Well, and that's the other thing. Or do we pause and wait?
yeah.
I agree,
Go ahead, Mike.
I agree with you, council member. They're the ones that came to us and made a presentation and that, and we haven't gotten any feedback from the people in our residents yet on this proposal. I don't think we need to be working, I think we should let them move forward a little bit on it, and just listen to what the people have to say, get us some input, and see what fine tuning what our residents would like to see on it. They're, like they said, they're willing to work with it, and they're willing to wait and see what we hear, so I'd like to move forward on that prospect. I'd like to see what our residents have to say, and get a little feedback for them, they can come back with something different.
I think this is the struggle that we're having. We don't want you to waste any more of your time, because clearly we're the problem here, unless we can move forward in a productive way to reconcile a lot of different input, because what you've given has constrained you so much that I don't think we have everybody happy, completely happy. So I guess that's sort of our dilemma. We'd like to either move forward or just take a deep breath and a pause. Move forward to try to reconcile that vision. Is that correct, Councilor Fritz?
I'd like to see it, just listen to what the public has to say. This is the first time anybody's ever had to see this. I mean, it's the first time they got a visual of it. Now they can go to the website, take a good look at it, and they give us some feedback, give the developer feedback a little bit, and maybe they can fine tune it a little bit and then come back, with something different, or maybe it's the same thing. But I'd like to hear what the people have to say. That's what we really need to do, is listen to them, what they would like to see down there. When we did this whole thing, they wanted a lot of green space. If you remember all the whole survey, they wanted a lot of green space, and that's what we're getting. We're getting a lot of green space. We're getting a lot of opening. And they didn't want commercial, real big buildings down there. That's what the people wanted. They did a survey in that. So I like to just keep moving forward a little bit, myself personally. Just a little bit on this. Just see what our constituents have to say.
Was there a motion in there? Councilor Fritz?
Well, I'm hearing you loud and clear, and I think a nice, something that's occurred to me as I'm listening to you is that much of the engagement we did before was kind of, we explained, this is really conceptual, this isn't real, just give us your ideas, we just want to, now it's gotten real, so let's roll it back out and have an engagement process with the community, get the community center opened up, put the stuff out, invite people in, and really get some feedback and say, this is, look, this is a little more visual, a little more definite, and maybe we get some good stuff to come back to you with and you'll be there too, I'm sure, as will planning commissioners and DDA members and Parks and Rec Board. And I just want to see about that rock climbing wall on the Coal Tipple that I thought was a pretty cool idea. But I think we could go that route, and you're not committing to anything, but you're moving the ball down the field. And Scott said, they're used to this. A year, 18 months is not gonna scare them off. So you're not in any hurry. And if you don't mind, I'd like to start putting some plans in place to pop things up a little bit for summer 2022. I don't think they'll be breaking ground before this summer. So maybe we'd like to do a little more down there than what we did last year. The grass will come in a little better, maybe a few food trucks or outdoor enhancements, some tables or some other things to just liven it up a little for this summer. Good?
Yeah, good.
Okay.
You don't need a motion.
Well,
You don't need
I
a
don't think we
motion.
need a.
This
do
is
we
a work
need motion?
session.
Right, we're back in work session, but, so Karen, you're proposing though that we engage them in some kind of development, contract? Or, I don't understand.
I don't know what you would, propose, that we do a little bit more so that you can refine that before we actually formally engage you? I'm turning it back to you to ask you that question.
Well, and I guess hearing you all, and Pat's advice as well, is I think you do have a couple community nights, whatever you call those. We did this with a project in the city of Holland where a 5-story building going up right now. We met in the library, and whoever wanted to come, and we had a group about this size, and they had multiple comments and feedback, and we had a question and answer for an hour or something, maybe even a half hour, and went through, and some things came out of that, and that was before we could go back to the city with our actual, it was our conceptual design. And the project's under construction right now. I mean, that happened 2 months later. We were in for full-blown drawings on a project like that, and then went through and went forward. So we have no problem taking a pause, engaging the community, coming up with some of their ideas, trying to put it into our plan, and if it all makes economic sense for you and us, and the community likes it, I guess then you got a win-win-win. So we would be, and I don't need a contract to do that at this stage. The next step, we'd like to get that in place.
It's more, again, that visioning session to get the vision out of other people. It was just our initial blush at a vision that we presented to you tonight.
I'm good with that.
Is there
I think
consensus? Yep. I'm gonna say two things, and it's got nothing to do with your presentation, because I think your presentation has possibilities, that's what I would say. But what I'm gonna say is, I've never been convinced that we should put buildings back down on our riverfront, okay? And I am not convinced, because I believe that the study they used in the Beyond the Pier Master Plan was heavily biased toward development. So I have real reservations about making any conclusion that we should put major buildings down on our riverfront, retail buildings down on our riverfront, a restaurant and shops, or a large market that we don't have funding for down on our riverfront. And my view is, your presentation was good and has possibilities, but I don't know that going forward, I'm going to support any of that. Which isn't to say that it won't happen, because obviously I'm one of 5 votes, but I really would like, when we engage the community, to say, rather than say, this is the development plan we have, how would you like it adapted? I would rather say, this is one thing we could do on the riverfront, and the other is leave it green and open. And if we could agree on that, I'd be a pretty happy woman. And if the community largely wants development down there, then I'm okay with that. I think that this is a much prettier version of what fundamentally was down there before. And to be honest, I liked the proposal you brought in significantly better. I thought you placed the things in the places they made more sense for the community than what the Beyond the Pier Master Plan put out. This was scaled for our riverfront in a way that the planning wasn't. So I saw some good things in this, but like I said, I really have reservations about, you can look at the survey they used, and no development was never offered as a choice. And if you don't offer the community no development, and almost every comment that was written associated with that study said, we want green space, we want open space, we want bicycle paths, we want running tracks. I mean, we want picnic shelters, we want, so I'm not sure why we're building commercial things down on our riverfront if we haven't really gotten a mandate from the community to do that, and we don't have a lot of money. That's the position I would take.
I'm with you on that. If the public wants to have a green space, that would get comments back, feed it in. That'd go along with it all. I mean, it's a good comment, I think.
If when we engage,
It's what our people really want. If that's what they come back and it comes back and tells us that we get feedback saying, we want just open green space, we don't want nothing there, I'm with it 100%. I'm with you on that too.
the only other thing I would say is, you guys have figured out a way to build the restaurant and the retail shops, and in a way that would produce a very small amount of income to the city. But no one's talked yet about trying to build the multi-use four-season market, because there's really no economically feasible way for you to do that, and so we'd have to find funding for that. And as with everything a city builds, I think we probably could find some grant money, philanthropic money, cobble together the funding to build it, but the follow-on maintenance costs, to me, the life cycle costs, are of great concern. So I guess just want to put all those issues on the table. We obviously don't all agree on everything, but I think we do all agree we want something that will enhance our riverfront and make our town proud. And if those are, and that could be a beautiful green space with gardens. It could be some retail space in a big market. But whatever engagement is done, I'd like to leave open the possibility of no major buildings on the riverfront.
So, Your Honor, are you asking, there's really two things here. One, if the people were making a choice between a green space and some development, you want this group to come back with what's the creative idea about that development? Yeah. And then we separately, a separate action would be to survey the community then about what would they prefer, that green space or this creative
I mean, we have
environment.
something now that we could hold up to them and say, is some version of this what you'd like to see on the riverfront? Or would you prefer we leave it mostly natural with simple, natural, green, and open? Those
I'm
are...
just suggesting that it might be good to give these guys an opportunity to talk with and interact with the residents to kind of help refine that vision before you ask them that question, either, you know.
And I guess I would say that once you start, with all due respect, pitching a particular concept down on the river, no one's going to be thinking about what is the other option. So if everyone comes to the point where they think some version of constructed buildings, large buildings down on our riverfront is in the plan, then when you say, would you rather have green space, I'm not sure it may be they'll all come back and say, this looks great and we want to go in this direction. It may also be they'll all come back and say, why are we building large buildings on our riverfront? So I think actually public engagement will sort some of that out, but I want the public engagement to be fair, so that people are really given a choice. That's all I'm saying.
I add just one
Yeah,
thing
absolutely.
to that, because I think the community, and you all have to decide, if you want nothing there, that's totally fine from our standpoint. We've got plenty of work to do. And I think you have that discussion. One thing I would add, what the city will get long-term benefit out of this, even though it's a lease, there is real property tax value on that building, that there will be property taxes coming in. That's just the only one thing I wanted to add to that.
So there'll be rents in addition to, how do you get real property from a,
You will, because there's a building structure there will be an assessed value on that improvement that the city will collect taxes on.
okay,
Yeah,
that's good to know.
yeah. I mean,
We
that's
like, we
important
like
for
tax
the-
money, yes.
That is the long-term benefit.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Yes.
Is that accurate, Pat?
Yeah,
The way you
yeah, if there is
understand?
a couple $1 million, I could give you the
Okay, good,
50,000 a year.
that helps me,
Okay,
thank you.
yes. So you let us know. I appreciate your time, and if you're looking for us to do a little more on this, we're certainly willing to do that. It's a beautiful piece of property, whatever you do with it, you know.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank
thanks,
you.
thank you very much. All right, I need advice here from the city clerk. We're gonna close the work session.
Yep.
So the work session is adjourned. We're going to reopen the public, the city council meeting.
Yep. And you're on the consent agenda at this point.
And we're moving to the consent agenda. Are you gonna read it for me?
Yes,
Please.
Your Honor. The consent agenda includes a number of items today. So first among those is the approval of the minutes of the closed sessions of November 15th, 2021, and December 6th, 2021, and the regular city council meeting held on December 6th, 2021. The approval of the bills memo in the amount of $613,000, or $613,757. $613,757.58.
Big number.
Yeah. So let's just get that straight. Approve, the approval of resolution of recognition of the retirement of Clint Holt. The approval of the Winterfest special event to be held Friday, January 28th and Saturday, January 29th in the Harborfront parking lot from 3:30 p.m. to 10 p.m. each day, allowing the consumption of alcohol and amplified sound, and authorizing the mayor and clerk to execute the necessary documents. The approval of the submission of a fiscal year 2021 HUD Housing Counseling and Education Grant. The approval of the distributor and manufacturer settlement participation agreements with McKesson, Cardinal Health, and Amerisource, Bergen, and Janssen Pharmaceuticals in order to be eligible to receive funding from the nationwide opiate settlement. And lastly, to approve an agreement with Van Stencil Appraisals in the amount of $3,000 for a commercial appraisal of the diesel plant.
Don't move.
Okay, I've got a motion to approve the consent agenda from Councilmember McLaughlin,
Second.
and a second by Fritz. Would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Lowe?
Yes.
Councilmember Cummins?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Fritz?
Yes.
Mayor McNally?
Yes.
So the next item on your agenda is new business. It's consideration by the city council of an ordinance to allow regular and special meetings of the city council to be held at alternate locations as established by resolution of the city council. The administration recommends approval of this item.
Can I get a motion on this one?
So moved.
Second?
Any discussion?
Just a question, clarification, is this based on the pandemic, or what, the various locations, what's that all about?
And this is something I wish I'd had more on this. I apologize for that. The charter requires that your meetings all be held in this location, period, unless by ordinance you choose otherwise. So what this ordinance would do would give you the authority that by resolution you could move your meeting somewhere else. So it keeps the power in the council's hands, but let's say you wanted to have a bigger meeting at the community center, which we have done in the past, and every time we do it, I kind of flinch. I think, technically the charter says you're supposed to meet here. But for obvious practical reasons, we relocate because the room's too full. This would just clean that up. And past city councils have sometimes said, wouldn't it be nice if we maybe had an occasional meeting at a remote location? Maybe you go over to the Salvation Army and have a meeting there and bring your show on the road.
Mm-hmm.
We did that a few times until somebody pointed out, your charter says you can't do that, and we stopped doing it. So I just thought this would be a nice feature for the city council in the future. If by resolution you wanted to go meet somewhere else, you could do it if you so choose. Right now you couldn't, but if you adopt an ordinance, it gives yourself the authority. The charter says by ordinance you can prescribe otherwise, so that's what this would do.
It also seemed to me that in case of an emergency where this building wasn't usable for some reason and we needed to meet, it would be good to be able by resolution to designate a different place. So
You could meet somewhere that serves ice cream, let's say.
well, there are cookies out there waiting for
Okay,
everyone, just
okay.
saying. Is there any further, Karen, any questions?
No.
I
Ryan?
have a
Go
point
ahead.
real quick, Your Honor. So the charter does state that any ordinance you're approving does need to be brought back at another meeting, so this will have to be brought back at the next meeting,
So this is the first reading.
unless you decide to pass this as an emergency ordinance, which requires 4 votes of the city council. So it's up to you, of course. Those are both in the charter as options to do.
Well, I guess, I don't actually see it as an emergency, so.
Okay.
What do you guys think? I think we should go for a second reading. I mean, it's really, we haven't had one for a long time. To make it an emergency now, I'm not seeing that, if the charter requires 2 readings, I don't think it's a big deal. Jen?
I had one comment about that. We do have a joint meeting scheduled at the community center on January 18th. I'm not sure if that falls under this or not. If it did, you might want to pass it in an emergency.
Okay.
Then could we do it?
We have
at-
another
it's
meeting on January
January
3rd.
we
so-
could,
Enough
Is,
time?
it doesn't have to be a month of difference, Kelly, in the charter? It can be just 2 readings?
The
Yeah.
charter just says another meeting.
Just another
Okay,
meeting.
so we
And
could.
it takes effect immediately?
Yeah, and our thought on the
You have to publish.
18th of January was you would have a joint meeting with the planning commission, then you would reconvene back over here likely, and the planning commission may continue to discuss master planning at the community center. So, but if you so chose that you wanted to have your meeting there, we could do that if this passes.
We have a publication requirement though too, before it takes effect,
21 days, thanks Ryan.
so.
So
I-
technically,
So I'm,
we'd have to
So
do it
it's
as
an emergency because of our timing, is what
yeah,
you're saying.
perhaps at your next meeting, you might want to say, let's make this effective immediately under the emergency provision.
I'm probably good with that.
I guess I'll just ask, I'm a little bit, I think it's a little bit of a deductive type of, change. And I assume Ron's read this and he agrees this is kosher, Pat? Because the charter, states that the meeting shall be, we have to set the place, by ordinance. We're saying, well, we're gonna set, set it up to where the place would be decided by a resolution. To me, it's like, okay, you're taking your charter and we're passing an ordinance that then says a resolution can then pick the place. And I'm a little bit leery on that language, and are we skirting around a little bit, maybe some more of the spirit of what, our charter states? I agree. I think we should be able to have more flexibility with that, and I think that this language should change. And then the charter language states here that special meetings of the council shall be held at its regular meeting place. Well, to me, our regular meeting place is here, and so I'm not sure that this language, the way it's written, is basically saying that we could have special meetings by resolution anywhere we'd like as well. I'm a little leery on the language, so.
I can verify and double check that.
I think you made some good points, Ryan, actually, so.
It says that there shall be an established council chamber, which is right here, or in such other place as shall be established by ordinance.
Right.
So if you have an ordinance that says the other place we're establishing is wherever council says by resolution we're gonna meet, I believe that meets that standard, but I'll double check with the attorney to make sure.
And
I
if
think
it doesn't, I guess the 2 places we are most likely to meet are here and at this point, the community center. So we could pass a resolution that just identifies the community center as the alternate meeting place. Is that, Brian, does that work for you?
Yeah, if we want to set an ordinance that identifies, probably places that we'd like to consider, I have no problem with that.
Why would we do that?
Well, I mean, if we have common places that we're looking to, that by ordinance, that we could either meet in chambers, or we may meet in the community center, we may meet, at, some of the schools, sometimes we've done that. So, if there's places that we anticipate that we might meet at, that I would feel comfortable with, but I think we're almost delegating our authority to a resolution that says that it has to be set by ordinance to me. But I'm not an attorney, so.
I'll double check that, and I would like to think, I know the councils that I've worked for here previously, and I would think in the future, the only reason they would move a meeting is to encourage and uplift the participation, not to try to sneak,
I
so
agree.
I think they'd be really enthusiastic about saying, we're meeting at the Mary White Gymnasium, please come out, we'd post things, we'd make, get people excited and try to improve our attendance, but, I understand what you're saying, and I'll double, triple check that, and maybe this could be fodder for our next council, or our next charter amendment, to allow you that authority if it's that important to you, and it doesn't cost anything to, really much to do a charter amendment.
If we're gonna have two readings,
So do we,
you can have
Do we pass this one
do we
tonight?
pass this one even though we're not sure about it?
and then have Pat look at the thing, and second reading, we can always turn it down if we have to or not. Just do the one for now.
I can definitely let you know
Right.
before the
Do I have
second
a-
reading.
Do I have a motion to that effect? I guess I already have one on the
Already
floor,
have
right?
Already have one on the floor.
And I have a second. Any more discussion?
No, I think I'll probably just be a no until I hear that comfort level from the attorney, but don't take it as a lack of
Okay,
support for the
and,
concept, so.
and Pat, you'll check with Ron.
Yes.
All right, Kelly, could you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Cummins?
No.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Fritz?
Yes.
Councilmember Lowe?
Yes.
Mayor McNally?
Yes.
The next item on your agenda is the consideration by the City Council of a resolution to approve a capital plan amendment utilizing $60,000 of the 2021 levied community center millage to implement the approved strategic plan elements, including new exterior signage, a beverage and snack kiosk, new AV equipment, and creation of marketing and branding materials. The Community Center Board recommends approval of this item, as does the administration.
Have we got a presentation on this, Pat, at all?
I believe they did come, I don't know, did you come since November, Shar?
I'll make a motion.
You want, okay, so we've got a motion from Fritz. Have I got a second?
Second?
Second, by Cummins. How about, have we got discussion? Thank you, Mike. Any discussion?
Do you want to make a?
Shar, do you want to come up,
She can do a
please,
presentation now.
and give you the presentation?
Shar Sese, Community Affairs Manager for the City of Green Haven. In November, we came and did a presentation at a work session regarding the financial vulnerability of the community center. And we created and presented a plan that we hope will rebuild the community center as the asset that it is. And our request was based on research that we did and challenges that we identified within our structure, opportunities that we have seen that we haven't capitalized on yet. And all of that came down to a unanimous support in the context of our ideas for moving forward and renaming the community center and creating opportunities for this to be an arts and community venue where we engage other community partners to build on not only the rentals that we have there, but also to increase the income. Really looking diligently for that lower level tenant. And the request that we've brought before you this evening is a budget adjustment based on the things that we anticipate doing before the next fiscal year, which included getting an RFP for the rebranding and marketing, looking at getting a kiosk in the front entrance of the community center. And I think you probably all got this in your packet, which was part of our original presentation, that really outlines the strategy for which we're trying to rebuild the community center and the vitality that it can bring to our community as an asset. So we are not asking for additional monies, but we are asking at reallocating some money from our millage that we have had for the last 20 years, that this is the last year that we're going to have these resources available to us. It can't be used for anything else, like salaries or to pay the utilities. It can only be used for improvements to the facility or making it, excuse me, or making improvements in order for us to make it a more viable business option. We do have one of our community center board members here tonight with us. We had a meeting tonight, which is not typical for us, and so I'd like to recognize Jim Parenta here as our chair of our community center board. And if you have any questions regarding the plan that we submitted or any of our ideas that we have going forward, we've really been working diligently since November, working on partner connections. Ashley and I have made some meetings with community members, and we've looked at organizations like the Frohenthal Center, really looking at the different ways that the community center can be used and capitalized on for the community.
Questions, anyone?
Yeah, I can go. Thanks, Shar. Yeah, I'm glad to see some movement forward on kind of some taking some further steps on kind of the plan that you came up with to hopefully make the community center more viable, right, and at least do better financially than what it has been. So I think the rebranding and marketing pieces for me are good. The part that I'm still, I think I mentioned this at the work session, I was a little, and I still am leery. I want to see kind of more proof of concept on it, is kind of that beverage and snack kiosk. It's still a good chunk of money to pay for it and not know if we're going to have a tenant, what our return on that investment is going to be. I'd rather see kind of us find out who may have interest in it, what their space needs are, how long of an agreement we might have, how long it might take to recoup the cost of that, and then we could look at paying for that piece. So that part I would probably be more comfortable with waiting on today. But the other pieces, I understand that I think the community center board had an RFP. Maybe you met today, right?
We wanted to publish an RFP, but we were waiting for this.
We are waiting to hear from us. Okay, so I would be fine with the RFP going out, and yeah. So.
And I think we could get started without the kiosk, with some community partnerships, and so we'll look further into that.
Thank you.
Karen?
I think that's what my reaction was. I think this was presented to the prior council, is that right, on November 2nd? So it really wasn't something that, I think I remember being there that night, but I don't know that I
saw the presentation as well.
Paid detailed attention. The parts that I'm probably, if we went around this, I could be supportive if we went about it incrementally by starting with some of the marketing and the branding piece versus leaping to the kiosks, AV equipment, because sometimes it's a little bit more, I think we'd have a better understanding just in terms of where we're at financially, and then also just what we feel comfortable in terms of the timeline. As you mentioned, I don't think we saw a breakdown in those materials about the payback period of investment in the beverage and snack center or any of the AV equipment, correct? It was just estimated costs. So anyway, my sense would be, I'd be very supportive of starting incrementally with some of the marketing and branding, but holding off on big signage commitments and other commitments, at least for another meeting or so. But that's just one view.
Good with what's proposed?
It's good as a proposal, yes.
Okay. And Kevin?
No, I agree with Karen. You know, I think once we know we have somebody interested, we don't know what another 25, 35, another $50,000 would mean to a tenant. Maybe the tenant comes in and says, we need this, this, and this. And we could use that money to do that. So, at this point in time, I'm going to recommend that we just stay with the marketing. And then we can hold off on the rest of it. I don't see us spending that money right now.
Okay, I have a few questions. One is, this money is earmarked only for, I'll call them, capital and equipment for the community center, capital improvements and equipment for the community center, right?
Correct.
Do you have any idea how much of that money is left? I mean, I know the millage is expiring, so is this the last $60,000 that's in that pot, or is there more in that pot?
It is not the last 60,000, and I don't think Amy, I don't think the
It's
finance
okay,
director's
but
here.
roughly, if I think, I won't want to speak for the others, but I will tell you that I will have problems supporting an additional millage for the community center. So but I also would say that I am comfortable with the board and you as the director making decisions about how to spend the money that is designed for your program. And I will note for the record that event centers are hard to run in pandemics, but even before the pandemic, we had some hemorrhaging of funds that we've never managed to figure out. I like the rebranding. I don't like Venue 421, if that's our name. And I just was thinking about, well, what would I name the community center? And I thought, maybe if you really want to engage the community, have a contest, because a contest might bring out some people interested in, you can't name the community center until you know what's here. At least people could come out and take a look at what facilities there are. With regard to, and I know this is off the subject somewhat, but with regard to a downstairs tenant, when it was occupied, what kind of rent did it bring in? Like, what did the community college pay, or what did the Council on Aging pay? Any idea?
I can't speak to the Council on Aging, but with Muskegon Community College, between rent, utilities, and custodial services, they paid between $80,000 to $90,000 annually.
That was a big chunk. And so if you could get a similarly disposed tenant, it would substantially relieve the financial situation.
Absolutely.
Okay. I had a couple other things. Just out of curiosity, if I wanted to get married at the community center, how much do I pay?
It's very inexpensive, and it depends on a couple of things, so I'll give you a range. How's that?
That'd be fine, yep.
Between $1,600 and $2,000 for the use of
And
the
that would give me a Saturday in June, and would it include things like chair rentals and?
Chairs and tables are included.
Okay.
We would do all of the setup.
And the park, does it include going over into the park, or is that another $500?
No, it's not another $500, but we do have a package for that.
Okay.
So it's
Good to
very
know,
affordable.
just in case.
Thank you.
Now, hang on. Let's see.
Promotions on the record.
Okay, on selling naming rights to the community center, I don't know about the rest of you, but I did not like that idea.
Okay.
Just putting that out there, and I'm not saying it's off the table, but I guess I'm saying it kind of makes me sad. And on unpaid interns, I understand the temptation, but I'm kind of generally against unpaid interns because those kids who are in college have incredible expenses associated with that, and if we're paying seasonal dock hands and we're paying kids to cut our lawn, if we got college kids who are working here, I'd like to figure out a way to pay them. And that's just, I looked at that and I understand the temptation and I love the idea of interns because I think young people who are excited about weddings could be contagious, if that makes sense. But I really kind of resist the idea generally of unpaid. That's all I have, and I'm ready to vote.
Can I ask one more question, ma'am? Pat, some time ago, Jennifer's office, along with building was in where the engineering firm is today. They got moved out, and the engineering firm leased that site. Why didn't they lease the community center, the bottom of the community center? It was available at the time. Do you know a reason why they wouldn't take the community? I mean, we're trying to get the BLP to do it.
I'm sorry, Kevin, say it one more time. Who are we talking about?
Is it Evan
Okay,
Yeah.
yep.
Yeah, just that was available. I think they were both available at the time. They could have looked at both of them and they thought that would be more suitable space.
I could understand why the BLP didn't go there then. Okay.
Okay.
Your Honor, I just have a question on, because I have a difference of opinion when it comes to selling the naming rights, in the sense that I think we have the Lynn Sherwood Waterfront Stadium because of a philanthropic donation to the community, and this is a community center, and that wouldn't preclude, in my mind, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, someone wanting to have naming rights. The reason why I wouldn't suggest you go to that immediately is because I think we have to figure out if we can make a go of this property, or if, where the point is we just say we can't keep losing money. We need to sell it. I'm not against it for the same, reasons. I just think right now I'd rather see us marketing, branding, looking actively who we can get in there, see if we can make this really a viable community center on its own, and then add some of the other things. As Councilor McLaughlin said, I think if you find you have someone, they may have requirements for some of this money, and that's why I'd hate to see us divide it all up on AV equipment and them request something else.
All right, so they're asking for permission for these specific things. There's a motion on the floor to approve those specific things. I'd like to vote on that motion first, if that's okay. And if that motion doesn't pass, then I think maybe we look at an amended motion. Is that all right with everyone?
Just one thing I agree with that, we should probably do that first, but, the audio-visual equipment in there how old is that now?
It's older.
Yeah,
And the items we selected, I think, were intentional to the marketability of the space as a venue, whether it be for business meetings, the birthday party, the special planning commission meeting. We were very specific in the things that we selected to spend money on because we know that we don't have a finite amount of resources. And so we tried to hit the top ones, thinking, okay, what are our competitors offering that we're not? And is there something that we could bring in that would help us build the business? So
Just,
that was
Char,
the strategy.
besides weddings,
Yeah.
what do you see as your principal business line? I mean, fund-wise, in terms of making money?
Making money is rentals. We have opportunities that we can write grants as well that we haven't utilized in the past. If we look at the community center as an arts and cultural type of center,
which I really like.
Yes, we can model ourselves in part after the Frohenthal. We can model ourselves in part after the Holland Arts Council. We have a lot of artistic talent, whether it be performing artists, all types of artists in our community that don't have a common gathering place or a place to display their works of art. And so our goal is to bring that part of our community together, which is an enrichment. And
Right. Honestly, if I saw progress towards support of more of the community in any of a variety of ways, I would have an easier time with some of the issues we've got with funding, if that makes sense. If there was a broader cross-section using it, even if it wasn't breaking even or making money, it would be a true community center. But at this point, as far as I've seen, it's not that broadly used.
Well, and I would respectfully disagree.
Okay.
We do have a variety of activities that take place there. COVID was terrible. It was. Catastrophic is the only word to describe it. And we are like any other business in the industry that can't charge market rate. So we're trying to build the case for our community to preserve this great asset that we have. And we do really believe that we have the right formula, that we are going to be able to make this a success. It didn't get this way overnight. We're not going to be able to solve the problem overnight, but we really do feel like we have a solid plan. Like I said, we have been meeting with community partners. We have meetings planned with the Community Foundation. And so we're doing our diligence in our committee meetings and really trying to pull this together as something that the community will value as an enrichment in the lives and the quality of life for people here.
Good, and I'm glad to hear that. Ryan, it sounded like, Mike, did you have something else?
Yeah, you just said that you want to see more of the community in there, but they already partner with the schools and stuff like that. They put on art shows for the students from all that. They also put on different, I've seen Boy Scouts in there with some things in there also, so it's a lot of, they do a lot of community stuff. It is called a community center, and if Shar wants to give you a whole list of different things, I'm sure she can give you a lot of them that you're not aware of. But being there a lot like I have myself, I've seen a lot of that happen there. I'd like to make an amendment to this thing, seeing that I would like to make amendment to a resolution to approve a capital plan amendment utilizing $60,000 of the 2021 levy community center millage to implement the approved strategic plan elements, including a new exterior signage and new AV equipment and creation of marketing and branding materials. What I'm taking is the beverage and snack kiosk out of there so that doesn't confuse her at all. And I'm sticking with Mr. Cummings here on this.
All right.
Mr. Fritz, would you change the overall amount for now?
I don't know what exactly, but...
Those three items would be $35,000.
Okay, we can drop that down then.
And then, once the beverage and snack kiosk concept is further fleshed out.
Then we can come back with it later for that also. I think that'd be a little more pliable for us.
All right, so,
I'll second that amendment.
and Kelly, did you get it?
Yes.
So,
I think we're reading the
I
original.
can read this back to you if you'd prefer.
it's pretty much in the, you can read it, go ahead.
So the amended resolution would read to approve a capital plan amendment utilizing $35,000 of the 2021 levied community center millage to implement the approved strategic plan elements, including new exterior signage, new AV equipment, and the creation of marketing and branding materials.
Okay, I had a motion by Fritz, second by Cummins. Would the clerk please call the roll? Wait, any further discussion?
You good, Karen?
Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Fritz?
Yes.
Councilmember Lowe?
Yes.
Councilmember Cummins?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
No.
Mayor McNally?
Yes.
Your amendment is passed, and it's back to the main motion then if you'd like to adopt that or not.
I don't guess there's any support for the main motion, so what do we do with it?
The motion has to be disposed of, so you can either vote on it.
Clerk, please call the roll. This is the original motion.
This is the amended motion, Your Honor.
Now we're voting on the amended motion. All we do is we voted on to make the amendment. Now we're gonna vote on.
Gotcha. Everyone understand?
So yes,
what I
vote allows
missed?
the $35,000 for everything except the kiosk.
Correct.
And yes. Any more discussion? Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember McLaughlin? No. Councilmember Fritz?
Yes.
Councilmember Lowe?
Yes.
Councilmember Cummins? Yes. Mayor McNally?
Yes.
Motion passes as amended.
Thank you, City Clerk, for keeping me honest. All right.
So the next item on your agenda today is consideration by the City Council of a resolution to approve a bridge letter of intent to establish mutual intent to work with CL Lakewood diligently and exclusively to bring about an adaptive reuse of the diesel plant building at 518 South Harbor and authorize the mayor and city clerk to execute the necessary documents. This is recommended by the administration.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by McLaughlin, second by Fritz. Discussion?
I think from my perspective, you know, CL Lakewood has had responded to an RFP in good faith. You know, we as the recent city council has approved having an appraisal done. The administration is taking the site plan and you know, to the planning commission for review. And the environmental is continuing, at no cost to Lakewood, if I'm right, Pat.
Correct.
So, you know, I think that this just, you know, it's really a good faith effort, that continue to work with them. I think that's only fair. You know, if things fall apart because of the appraisal or the environmental, you know, or planning commission, then, you know, we shake hands and go away. But I see no problem with this at all.
My concerns, and I don't know, this bridge letter of intent, I agree with what Councilor McLaughlin said about the diligently and exclusively. We kind of did things out of order here. We didn't go through the planning commission and get through all of the items raised by some of our residents about the property, about the setbacks, about parking. So since we didn't do that, we have to go back and do that. And as you said, Councilor McLaughlin, that could all fall apart. We haven't received the commercial appraisal yet. So I guess council previously got ahead of themselves in sort of locking in with CL Lakewood. So I don't know if what this bridge letter of intent is supposed to do, other than saying, yeah, you're still the one, but we got a lot to do, because we've skipped a whole lot of steps. And if that's what this is intended to do, but I just want to go on the record as saying we have a lot to get through with the planning commission, or the planning commission has a lot, because there were a lot of things identified by our residents as not not conforming, and I'm not wanting to give yet another developer a buy on the parking, on, you know, exceptions to all these ordinances that we put into place. So I'm just asking the question, if the letter of intent is clear to them that we have to back up and do a lot of work, then I'm okay with that. But let's just be clear, there's a lot that has to be worked out.
There definitely is, and there was some feedback. The only feedback we got is they wanted some qualification about that this is not an effort to increase the cost or something like that. It's like, well, we haven't agreed finally on a price yet. Of course, we're getting an appraisal to give us more intelligence about what that number might be. So I did not change it from what it originally was. This is what was originally drafted by Greg Holcomb, and I thought was a fair approach, and it's really just a level of comfort. All of these things are come in some order, you know. Sometimes you'll do a contingency deal. You'll have contingencies listed that this sale is final, and you actually go through the sale contingent on these specific things happening. We thought, well, let's not go that far. Let's go with a buy-sell agreement that if you guys can get through these numbers of things, then we'll close, or we'll move towards closing. It's like, well, we're still not comfortable with that. So how about just a very light agreement? We're not spending anything, they're not spending anything. We're going through these steps. So this just sort of spells out what you said at your last meeting. which is look closer at the environmental, get some numbers together on that, go through the planning commission and see if this thing unravels. I'll be happy we didn't go through all that title work and all the stuff that goes along with a property closing. So, let's get those things out of the way, and I think the developer sees that as a positive thing. So it's just kind of changing the order in which we do things, and, if it does unravel at the planning commission, and, one that's not listed on here that's another significant contingency for the developer is they need to get their historic recognition in the National Historic Registry business worked out if they're going to take advantage of tax credits. And that's a pretty big contingency, and it's a lot of money on the table. So there's still quite a bit that needs to happen, but as we're going through this, to keep them interested, they're busy people, kind of like the Midwest team that was here earlier. They've got lots of other projects, and this is costing them money to stay engaged here. So they know it's a new council. So they'd like to say, are you guys still okay with us working on this with you? And that's what they're looking for, is just sort of a statement here, and that's what this is. So it's nothing binding on them or us. It's just our mutual statement that, we're not gonna go date somebody else while we're talking to them. And certainly, if something pops in a whole different direction comes from you guys, I'll call them before tomorrow morning. I'd say, hey guys, this is what happened. So we're trying to maintain good, close communication, and just a statement of goodwill between us is what this is.
Ryan, have you got anything?
No.
Okay, I have actually, unfortunately, several things. I think CL Lakewood is a valuable possible development partner that to me has shown an exciting ability in other small towns already to creatively reuse iconic buildings in a way that's good for the town. But I think we're not ready to move forward with an event center at that site for a couple of reasons, and I don't want to mislead CL Lakewood. I think it would be a mistake to deal exclusively with anyone to agree to deal exclusively with anyone until the appraisal's in. I just think that would be a mistake. And second, I've been told informally by a member of the BLP board that in a session in which they discussed future space needs, responsibility for environmental remediation, the history of their presence in the diesel plant, and their sense of what is best for the community, they have revisited their decision to give up the diesel plant. We've made several attempts, as you guys know, as council, to meet with the BLP board publicly to discuss this matter, but for various health and scheduling reasons, we haven't managed a meeting. I think the BLP will not need all the space in the diesel plant if we decide it's best for the community that they go in. And I think that their potential interest in CL Lakewood's interests aren't necessarily exclusive of one another. But the BLP's, I don't want to commit to CL Lakewood that we're dealing with them exclusively when I'm very interested in a frank discussion with the BLP board about the building's use and remediation of the diesel fuel that resulted from their historic use. And the other thing I think is it's difficult for CL Lakewood if we throw the BLP board into the mix and possible space needs they have in the building. I think it's difficult for CL Lakewood to develop a conceptual plan or an environmental remediation plan until we decide what role the BLP board might play. So I'm going to not support the bridge letter, and I think we should let things play out a little longer before we decide whether CL Lakewood's our partner going forward or not. However.
May I?
Yes.
May I speak now?
Yes, you may.
Thank you so very much. I have to agree with Kevin here 100% on everything he said. This is just let him know that we're still on board with him. It's not going to cost. We're going to get an appraisal. Everything else is going to be done beforehand, before we sign any paperwork with them. So I myself personally, I'm going to support this. Like Kevin, I think it's a good thing for us. They sent out 36 applications out to get people to come here to look at it. He ended up with 4 One wanted to tear it down, the other one wanted to build it, the two of them wanted to tear it down, one wanted to build a 6-story hotel, and only 2 of them came up where they actually wanted to save part of it, and out of them, the past council, we looked at them all, and that's basically, even all the surveys we had came in telling us that this is what they really wanted, so we followed that. And I'm gonna stick with it. I still think, just this bridge letter of intent is the proper way of doing it. We're not committing ourselves to it. We'll be able to move forward. And if they come in and says, planning commission says this is not gonna go, it's the way it's gonna be. It's gotta go through all the process like it's supposed to go through. So let's let it go through the process.
Mayor, there's one thing I do agree on. I'm not a fan of the 300-seat event center either, so that I can tell you. That definitely is gonna be something that we're gonna have to talk about. But I think we should just.
Okay. Further discussion?
Yeah, I think the points about, we had 2 developers in the end that were willing to make some efforts to save the building. I'd hate to not show CL Lakewood that we don't have any interest potentially in doing to evaluate saving the building with them. I mean, ultimately, I think that's what we're trying to do here. That's what we've heard loud from the community, that they want this building to be saved. I think, part of their proposal was some office space. I think this is definitely a very ripe conversation that we need to have with the BLP board. It's unfortunate that some of the, various reasons why that hasn't occurred, but we need to have that meeting, very much sooner rather than later. And I think there's some, I would hope that CL Lakewood, I mean, if they're going to build out office space or whatever it is, that potentially there could be some opportunities that the BLP could be, a part of working on this, maybe all together. So I think us continuing to explore those ideas and exploring those things with CL Lakewood and the BLP, I think this allows us to do both of those if we move forward with the simple letter of intent tonight. There's no hard obligations either way, just as we're looking forward to continuing to have these discussions with them.
I'm good with the vote, but I guess I'd say one thing. It says we're dealing with them exclusively, and I want to deal also with the BLP. So, for what that's worth.
Well, I think, just a thought with that, I mean, the BLP is a department of the city and still part of the city, and so I think that's kind of part of our side working with them. I see it that way maybe, but.
All right, any more discussion? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Lowe?
Yes.
Councilmember Cummins?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Fritz?
Yes.
Mayor McNally?
No.
Motion carries. Your next item is consideration by City Council of a resolution to extend a temporary moratorium for 3 months, January 19th, 2022 through April 19th, 2022, initially authorized by action of the City Council on July 19th, 2021, on acceptance of new lot splits applications for residential lots in the S, E, OT, and NMU zoning districts, and new 2-unit dwelling applications in the S, E, OT, and OS zoning districts, unless the applicant proposes to divide an existing single-family dwelling into a 2-unit dwelling. Administration recommends approval of this item.
Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion by Fritz, second by McLaughlin. Discussion?
Yeah. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think, looking at, Mayor, it was you that asked for this to be placed on our agenda tonight. I guess I would propose tonight that we find a way to address the lingering issues with this. I think our planning commission has looked at this at least 4 times in the last couple of years. This is where we're at with their planning recommendation is. And I think I want to explore some opportunities where the council can maybe provide the guidance that's needed to, once and for all, decide what these, what the zoning ordinance should state for the time being. And with that, I think it's important to have a little bit of merit. In your email asking for this to be placed on the agenda, you said that you weren't quite sure how we got here. So I think it's important to lay out some of that history, because there is a lot that went into how we ended up with the recommendations that we did. I know that I would want to know that if I were maybe just coming on board. So going back to, I was still on the planning commission then, I wasn't even a council member, I was running for office. We were at the point where we were going to, the planning commission wanted to take a look at some zoning updates to align it more with our master plan and the goals that were listed there. And we engaged a consultant, and this is in 2019, to first understand the master plan, what it was calling for, where the community was at, and then do months of community engagement. All before the pandemic, none of this public engagement reporting initially was during the pandemic. So they started out, the consultant did, in June of 2019 and went into, did mobile tours around the community. In fact, I think there was planning commissioners and others that actually, I think they took trolleys around and looked at various sites and kind of the status of the community. And then in August of 2019, there was 2 pop-up sessions, one at Bolt Park Market on the east side of town, another at the Farmers Market. Those were both in August of 2019. And then in October of 2019, there were 4 town hall meetings to discuss what the community wanted to see, didn't want to see, and any sort of zoning updates. And those occurred at 4 different locations throughout town: St. Pat's, D&W, Community Center, and Mary A. White School. And then in November of 2019, there was 3 housing workshops that the community could participate in that were actually interactive and allowed folks to kind of actually, put to work what some changes may look like. So throughout November, there were those 3 housing workshops. And then in December of 2019, the consultant put out a community engagement report and laid out all of their findings that they had. And I'm just going to focus on kind of 2 pieces of them. And a lot of my comments are going to focus on maybe the 2-unit dwelling piece, because I think that's the piece that is clearest in the community engagement that there was interest in. And I think that the lot split thing, I hear the concerns, and I think that there's some things that we can put to bed and put to rest with that instead of continuing to wrestle with it. So that report stated that most prominent, when folks identified suitable places for 2-family dwellings, the most prominent were East Town, moderate density residential, South Side, and Old Town districts. Additionally, they identified office service district as good locations for 2-unit dwellings. Comments related to 2-family, now this was really important, I thought this was a key piece of it. Comments related to 2-family dwellings considered the importance of quality materials, landscaping, and walkability. Design standards were a big concern. Folks didn't want the cookie cutter 2-family homes that were put next to each other. I agree, right? That's not what we're looking for in our community. But when they looked at maybe non-traditional types, such as recessed second entries or dual front entries that otherwise look like a single-family home, which is exactly what our zoning ordinance requires, is that type of 2-unit dwelling. When folks voted on the types of 2-unit dwellings they would be willing to consider, those were the types. They didn't want the cookie cutter, everybody knows what we're talking about. We don't want those plopped in the middle of our historic neighborhoods. But we can make 2-unit dwellings look like single-family homes, and we have single-family homes that have been converted into 2-unit dwellings that fit well within our neighborhoods. The survey there was also, during this public engagement period, a survey that was sent out to folks. It was online. People could take it in person at the different sessions that they went to. They asked respondents to identify the most critical housing topics in Grand Haven, and they could select all the options that applied. The most important issue that people selected was affordability, which was selected by 74.8% of respondents. This was followed by the availability of housing at 47%, and then and third, there was concern about too many short-term rentals, and I think we've saw that in some of the comments that we've received via email. We've talked about that previously, that we have concerns with losing our sense of neighborhoods, and that when we don't have folks who are living year-round in these neighborhoods, that we lose that sense of community. And so we don't want more just simple short-term rentals, or we have concerns maybe with just cottages and those types of things. So they took all that feedback, they put together some draft zoning amendments, and then the Planning Commission looked at it. In March 2020, and these were all public meetings, April of 2020, May of 2020, a couple different times. The city put out a Facebook post about accessory dwelling units that was viewed on our social media page that kind of talked about what they were. There was an insert in all water bills about the zoning changes, and to give your feedback and thoughts on that. And then in July of 2020, there were 2 virtual events to review the draft ordinances. These were online, virtual. There was one during the day and one in the evening, so folks at different points of time could participate. And then in September of 2020, there was a second water bill insert mailing. And then finally in September, Kevin lived through all this too, so on the Planning Commission. In September 22nd of 2020, there was the first public hearing with the Planning Commission. And ironically, the 3 comments that were in the minutes talked about folks supporting 2-unit dwellings, specifically in Southside. On November 16th, 2020, there was a public hearing before City Council, and there was concerns that folks were raising about multifamily dwellings in Southside and other neighborhoods. And City Council listened. We said, you know what, these folks have these concerns. We need to send it back to the Planning Commission, let them take a look. So this is where the second opportunity came for the Planning Commission to again say, all right, what about multifamily dwellings? What about 2-unit dwellings? And in fact, the Planning Commission discussed 2-family dwellings. They discussed multifamily dwellings, and they decided we're going to take out the multifamily dwellings, but we believe that in these zoning districts, it wasn't just Southside, a number of zoning districts, that 2-unit dwellings were still appropriate. They sent it back to the City Council, and City Council, we had our initial resolution on December 21st, and in January 2021, City Council passed our final resolution. Fast forward to July, and then the moratorium was passed. Then we, for the 3rd time, sent it back to our Planning Commission and said, hey, we want you to reconsider these exact things. We want you to consider lot splits, the concerns with that, and we want you to consider the 2-unit dwelling pieces. And they worked on it in September, October, and then this November, and they just sent us back their planning recommendation once again. And once again, they indicated to us that maybe we need to be more prescriptive, but their planning recommendation was 2-unit dwellings should remain in Southside, Old Town, the east side of town, and in our offices services district. So then, at our last council meeting, the mayor raised that maybe the Planning Commission should, we should meet with them and discuss some things. And staff went back to the Planning Commission for a 4th time and said, do you have any interest in making any more changes to our zoning ordinance on this? And my understanding from at least the staff report is that they're not inclined to make further changes to the zoning ordinance, so if there's something specific council wishes for them to consider amending, that we should provide that specific direction. So, I've said before, I think we need a variety of housing types. When we look at Southside, it historically has a number of, and it still does have 2-family, 2-unit dwellings that I think fit still with the character of the neighborhood, as long as they look like and fit with the aesthetics and character and history of the neighborhood. Okay, that's important that even if a new one is built, our zoning ordinance currently says it has to fit with the aesthetics, it has to fit the character, it has to be made to look like a single-family dwelling, even if it's a 2-family dwelling. So I think that 2-family dwellings allow for greater opportunities for younger people, younger generations to actually purchase homes and build wealth by having somebody else rent out the other side. I think it offers opportunities for people to stay in their neighborhood and age in place in smaller units that are maybe not as much to maintain as a single-family zone. So, and this is partly a question for staff here, but I would like to say, I hear the concerns related to the lot splits and tearing down old buildings, and that's something that folks aren't comfortable with. So I'd rather see the council simply make some zoning changes to get rid of the lot split concerns. Let's do away with that. But I think that two-family unit dwellings, which our planning commission has looked at a number of times, folks during the community engagement sessions throughout this whole process, were for, and what's already in a lot of our neighborhoods, that would be okay for us to continue to allow and have in our neighborhoods, and we'll still take a look at it. We have some master planning updates that are coming, that we could take a look, neighborhood by neighborhood again, over the next year. Are they still appropriate to be there? So my question for staff is that we've sent this back to the planning commission. They've already given us their recommendations. Do we need to send it back to them in order for us to simply make a zoning change to get rid of the lot splits, and then have it be done? And not even, because if we were to do that at our next meeting, we could have if we need to have a public hearing, we could do that. We could have our second meeting in January, it be, finalized, and then we don't really have a need to continue on with the lengthy moratorium. So that's my long 2 cents on this. So thank you.
Thank you. That's why I put it on the table, so we at least get some explanation on how, what, where, and everything else. I've been through this with you guys, with the planning commission, plus being on council a long time. I agree. The splits don't need.
And when we say splits, are we talking about reduction in lot size?
Correct. All right. Addressing the concerns about splits with the reduction of lot size. Let me be clear.
So, yes, so what you're saying is, moving all of the lot sizes back to 45, by 130.
Whatever they were before. Now, my only question about that would be maybe of staff, and again, if it's going to be something that's contentious or an issue, then let's just leave it to where it was before. I know there was a lot of discussion and concern about Old Town because a lot of those lots were much smaller in the past, and then now, so there's a greater mix of sizes of lots there, but if we need to change all of our lot sizes back to what they were before, if that makes folks feel more comfortable right now, I'm willing to go for that, but I think the 2-unit dwellings seem to fit with what we heard and what I think our goals still are. But
if they fit the neighborhood, like the one across the street from me, which was a single-family resident, which turned into a duplex, and it's got the 2 front doors on it. I think Mr. Pouchal was over there, took a look at it. It needs a lot of work, but I tell you, that looks like it belongs in a neighborhood, and that's what we'd like to see there, the same thing. And Mayor, you walk by, you see the one across the street from my house. That's a 2-unit dwelling, and it fits the neighborhood. That's what we're looking at. We want to maintain them.
Let me go on record as saying I'm not against 2-family dwellings, and in fact, I own more than one. And I think they have a place in neighborhoods, and I think they have a place in Southside neighborhood and in Old Town. The combination of reducing lot sizes and making 2-family dwellings a matter of right, okay, to me was really a powerful step that really continues to threaten neighborhoods. It's so, if what you're saying is we leave the lot sizes where they were pre-last January's changes, then my questions would be, were 2-family dwellings permitted as a matter of right in East Town and Old Town prior to January, or were they special land use permits only? Jen, can you answer that?
I know off the top of my head for sure Old Town allowed them on Key Street segments only.
Only allowed them by matter of right, or only allowed them, period? Because there are 2 families and multifamilies in Old Town, but I don't know how here's my recollection of what happened in Southside where I live. We owned several duplexes, my sister did, and by broad brush, I'm going to say 8 to 10 years ago, the zoning changed without any notice to anybody. I know, Ryan, you're saying we had all this engagement. I understand public engagement is our best effort, all right? But I am here to tell you, most people have no idea what their zoning is and don't know when their zoning changes. And I mean, we had 2 attorneys living in the house and had no idea our zoning changed till we went to do something, and we couldn't change our 2-family structure because it was a non-conforming use. So, my point to that would be, people don't necessarily engage, and they're engaging now, saying what's happening is wrong. If we leave the reduced lot sizes in my particular neighborhood, what happened at the lot on First and Howard, which to me was catastrophic for the neighborhood, all right? They took 2 adjacent lots, they knocked down the 1 single-family home on it, and they built 3 or they're about to build 3 duplexes. It's in that particular spot, the neighborhood will live with it, but there are Victorian houses in our neighborhood adjacent to one another that you could knock down both of them and put up 3 2-family dwellings, each of which would sell for $1 million, and it would make it worthwhile to knock down the Victorians. And I'm looking for some protection for historic houses. And from my perspective, historic houses means pre-World War II. And the zoning changes that were made with good intention resulted in bad things. And I don't know if anybody sitting here can say anything different. And so what I put this on the agenda for is to at least get that discussion out in the open, let people who live in the neighborhoods know what's going on, and ask them what they think. And we had only a few come in to say today what they think, but I think you can assume they are representative of their neighbors. And Old Town particularly worried me more than my own neighborhood, because Old Town, where you literally could put up, you could take one historic, traditional 66 by 132 foot lot, split it in half, and put 2 duplexes on it. So you'd get 4 housing units in the place of 1. And you can only do that so many times in a very small, constrained neighborhood that's already roped in by Peerless Flats and about to be roped in by the Tribune development. So it's wrong for Old Town particularly, and from my perspective in Southside, the lot reduction's wrong. I don't know very much, to be honest, about Easttown, the Easttown zoning district, and it may well be different from the 2 I'm talking about, because I live in one and I walk the other all the time. And I sent some notes over to people I know on the east side asking, do you guys have an opinion on this? But I don't think we should shrink lot sizes smaller than 45 feet. And I think that will solve most of the problems. That's kind of where I am.
Your Honor, I'd just like to say a few things. Thank you for the history of how we got to where we are in terms of looking for affordable, how to make our ordinance more friendly for affordable housing. I think one of the issues is affordable housing and developments and historic preservations, they're all kind of inextricably linked, and one thing that you do to try to enable one could have unintended consequences on another. And so I think we have to think about each of our neighborhoods in terms of outcomes. What do we want to see? Because the people, Jennifer, we're not as smart as you. I can't look at one of those zoning maps. I don't know what these acronyms are. So when you say it's in that is like a foreign language to me. I just can't wrap my head around it. But if you tell me, here's Old Town, here's what we want to do. We want to have, the historic homes preserved. If someone wants to make that a duplex, but it looks the same and preserves the charm and character, oh yeah, I am for that. But what I'm not for is sometimes those ordinance changes make it that much more attractive for someone to come in and knock that thing down. And, so I just wonder if we can't go back to the planning commission and say, hey, can we look at this more from a neighborhood perspective and ask the people in the neighborhood, come in and tell us what you want, so then we can test these ordinances to see if they're gonna do any of those, have any of those unintended consequences. Because I'd like to believe that we could do that, but I have seen that those multi-unit, you know, same thing has happened, someone comes in and knocks down that old home. We happen to have a very weak historic district ordinance, which is almost like having none at all. So we can't look to the historic district ordinance to protect our charming old homes. We've got to look at very carefully at what we're doing here relative to development and to some of the affordable housing. So I know that you're looking for some direction, but I just kind of wonder, is there a way we can engage the public by neighborhood, Jennifer, with the planning commission, so that we can kind of test them, and that they don't have to become experts in the OT, S, and E, and all of these different, because I don't know. I think maybe that's the overall disconnect. Does that make sense?
Yes, it is very challenging to translate zoning ordinance concepts to a community meeting. That's the number one challenge of a planner, is to try to tell a story in a way that the community can understand. And sometimes I've thought about maybe the best thing would be to throw out a fake project out into the community and put up a public hearing sign and say, this is what's proposed. And then it really brings people to these meetings. I love that people are getting engaged right now, and I don't think it's too late in one particular parcel, but it's not too late for the rest. That's why this moratorium is so powerful and was a really good move on your part to pass, and likely to extend, so we can figure this out. Ryan, I appreciate your history. It's really good to look back on that. So thank you for doing that for me, because that was a lot. But I like the approach that you were thinking about rolling back the lot sizes. That was very intentional in 2021 to go to 44 feet to enable the two 66-foot wide lots to be split into three. That was an incremental density increase that we were trying out. But we did not really want those beautiful old homes, or even not most beautiful homes, just historic older homes, to be demolished in favor of new. So that was one of those unintended consequences. So I think that might be a good compromise, to roll those back, keep the duplexes as an option. I will note that if it's a special land use, or even by right, there are those architectural standards for two-family homes to look like single-family homes. One comment you had about Old Town, how that was a significant change. Our zoning ordinance, even before all these changes, already allowed for a lot of flexibility for substandard lots, too small, too narrow, whatever it may be. Even homes that are too close to a property line, we allow you to still add on as long as you give at least 3 feet. So we do have that flexibility. I don't think there are a lot of situations where someone can't do something with their property, even under the old zoning. So,
Jennifer, I asked you this question by email, and you answered me, but I didn't understand the answer. So I'm going to ask one more time about what we call a two-family home. And I understand from a zoning perspective, you don't care whether it's owned or leased, but what I'm trying to say is, for instance, the infamous Howard and First Street project, all right? My understanding is, I always thought a two-family meant one owner owned the building, all right, and could rent out the other side for income. But that's really not what we're talking about, right? We're talking about sort of mini condominiums. So 2 units, 2 owners.
it can be.
Yes, and that's a big difference. I guess maybe I'm thinking of a duplex instead of a two-family, because I know there are some, I would call them historic two-families, like there's one on Sheldon that I'm familiar with, there's 2 on Sheldon actually that I remember seeing. But it is a big difference to me. You're really talking about, when you put 2 families into it, it makes it, in many ways, more of an investment, more of a cottage. Old Town's situated in a really nice spot, all right? That's part of the issue to me, is that they're in a really sweet spot in terms of growth and not growth, but access. They have access to the riverfront, they have access to downtown, they can get out to Beacon pretty quick. So when people are coming to buy investment property, Old Town is going to be a target. And all new construction I've seen in Old Town in the last 6 or 8 years has sold very high. So that's why when I saw 33-foot lots, which it must have also been deliberate, 33, I know it made more of the lots in Old Town conforming, and I was interested to hear that, because I can see why that would be an advantage. But 33 is half of 66, whereas 44 is a third of 128 or whatever it is. It's not quite right. 132, I guess. But when you went to 33 feet in Old Town, plus 2 families as a matter of right, it was too much.
I understand. I appreciate that, and as Ryan talked about that history of all the public engagement, we were responding to our master plan, the Affordable Housing Task Force report, and the public engagement feedback that we received throughout the 12-plus months effort. So I am very comfortable responding to newer public engagement and adjusting as needed. I have no problem with that.
In addition to the lot splits, I would like to propose maybe some consensus here that in Old Town particularly, you look at, I know you made 2 families by special land use permit in South Side. In Old Town, you made it by matter of right, and they've never had them except on key streets. So I assume you did that to give them more 2 families, because you thought it was an area that 2 families would fit in better than some of the other neighborhoods. But I think the neighborhood should have some opportunity to talk about that with you and discuss it with Planning Commission. I'm probably, I also am concerned that some of the actions Planning Commission appears to be taking, because they are so oriented towards, we passed these to get affordable housing, all right? So there's some cursory review of things that will foster the affordable housing goal, but may impact the neighbors. So when you're looking at a special land use permit, you really kind of have to consider, does it fit into the neighborhood, and what are the neighbors' objections?
That's Planning Commission 101.
Well, yes.
And it's got to be...
But it should be. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying it isn't always. All right?
Yes, and special land use permits, they absolutely have a public hearing component, and the community's input factors into the compatibility of that use. But it is a challenge to justify denying a request when it does meet the regulations for that particular special land use, because it's meant to fit in if you meet these particular conditions. It looks like a single-family home. The garage is recessed 12 inches back from the main wall, whatever the other conditions may be.
But
when they meet all those.
Special land use, right?
Yes.
So it doesn't meet the rules. It's because it's got a different purpose, or it's got a different structure. It's a special land use, and if the neighbors come in and say, that doesn't fit in our neighborhood, do you approve it or not?
Sometimes it's tough. I mean,
Yeah, I get
myself
that's
and
what I'm
Ryan
saying.
sat there, and it is sometimes, I mean, I think the same thing happens with short-term rentals. I mean, when they come up, as you know, Jennifer, there's 8 criteria. They meet those 8 criteria, it's pretty damn hard to say no.
Right, and they often don't come to your meeting at the Planning Commission until they meet all of them, because it's, you know, unless there's a condition that they will eventually meet. But when you're talking about compatibility of a two-family dwelling, if a neighbor or a couple neighbors say this doesn't look like it's gonna fit in, we need to drill down a little bit deeper. Why is it the architecture, is it the height, is it, the setbacks? What is it that can be adjusted to fit into the neighborhood? It is one of the most challenging things the planning commission has to do.
So you're either gonna take the special land use, or you're just gonna outlaw them, one or the other. Because if they meet the special land use requirements, it's tough to say no. It's tough to say no.
You just have to justify your denial.
Yeah.
So when we go through the record, they have to make sure that they've had that discussion and explained why they're denying it.
So I just want to, I spent time on the Historic District Commission, and so I'm going to say this again. We have a very, very weak, almost non-existent ordinance, and I think there are some who are on the Planning Commission who think that we have something that they've seen in other cities where that is a very stringent review architecturally in terms of fit, old neighborhood. We don't have that. We don't have that. We don't use, I would consider it a little bit more of a historic advisory kind of committee. And it does not have the support from the architectural fit. So I guess one of the questions I am asking is, what I'm hearing from people is when they say it doesn't fit in our neighborhood, they're also saying architecturally, age-wise, we're going to put this big modern thing right in the middle of a historic, neighborhood and max out on the square feet instead of looking at that. I don't think the Planning Commission has ever thought that that was their job, because it probably was. Yeah, it's not written in there, but I think that's part of what people are asking us to do about the charm and the character and the fit when you grant that. So that's why I say we've got to look at some of these things. In fact, I do remember, Jennifer, when you and Pat came to the Historic District Commission with all of the new affordability, and saying, hey, this will allow us to preserve some old homes and make them duplexes, right? People, and I was like, hey, yeah, I'm all for that. That's great. But what the people are telling us is that's not what happened. And so we've got to figure out, how can we look by neighborhood? How can we make it easy for our residents to understand? Because I kind of thought we fixed this at the last meeting and then found out that we didn't. And so, and I'm like, well, I'm expecting, you guys are the experts on the, zoning and the ordinances. All we can do from people is say, here's the outcome we want. We want this to happen, or we want this not to happen. And then you have to tell us how do we, be open to affordability and friendly, but we don't want these other bad things to happen. How do we write that in the ordinance? And do these ordinances enable people coming in and knocking down?
This is my view personally, and it is that new construction in the city of Grand Haven is never going to meet anyone's criteria for affordable housing. I mean, the land is too expensive, the building materials are too expensive, builders are in too high a demand. We're not going to be able to build with new construction. Now, we may be able to take some of those older historic homes, which has happened in our neighborhood over time, and turn them into duplexes. But I think new construction is not, that's why when we shrink the lot sizes to encourage what I would say the knockdown, that's what happens. If you allow them to go down below a certain level, it's much cheaper to knock the building down and start over. And with new construction, you get a premium price. So I appreciate everyone's discussion, and if anybody's got anything more to say, I'm happy to hear it. Otherwise, I would say...
I'm going to say one more thing. I've realized that City Council, I know this is very confusing for people, but we are like this five-headed monster because we all have opinions, but that's how this process works. It's designed to be all in an open meeting, and we don't discuss in advance. Every once in a while, one of us or two of us may have a conversation, but we don't agree until we're right in front of you. And so I know that sometimes, Jennifer, you're getting the five-headed monster coming in. Planning Commission is getting the five-headed monster. I'm trying not to be that, but I'm trying to say, this is what I think our people are saying. And I don't know, I wonder if extending the moratorium gives you, the Planning Commission, more time to maybe think about how to address this from a neighborhood outcomes engagement, to test some of these things further.
With some direction, we can extend the moratorium with some direction to Planning Commission.
I mean, when, I think myself and the mayor with the last planning commissioner, I saw it on Zoom. You know, I think Chairman Grimes said it the best, is that, if we're gonna go through master plan, maybe we should go through neighborhood by neighborhood. And I know, Jennifer, you said, well, that's not part of the master planning process, but it may have to be.
Yeah, we can do that. That's not in the current scope, but we can amend that.
Yeah, I think that's what we, I think we all have to, make sure that if we're gonna go through the master plan, that we do everything that we want to get done.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Let me ask this, if that's what we think, and I agree, why not roll back all the January changes until that's done? I mean.
You mean just put a moratorium on them until they come back?
No, I mean, just roll them back, because if you put a moratorium on, you have to revisit it every 3 months, or however often you do. But if we roll them back, and the master plan looks at each individual neighborhood and gets some real engagement, and if you need help in Southside, I know a lot of people, and if you need help in Old Town, there's a couple of them out there that know a lot of people, and I mean, if we want honest engagement, why not roll do what we did for the other zoning districts? The last changes we made rolled back the January changes for the other zoning districts. And people have come in tonight and said, we deserve the same kind of protection. So why not roll them back unless and until the master plan process, in looking at each neighborhood individually, comes back in and says, okay, we've had neighborhood input and we know what we want. Ryan?
I've offered a compromise that I'm willing to support at this point, and I'm not gonna favor rolling back the allowance of two-family dwellings. If you wanna make them special land use, that's fine, and make those who have two-unit dwellings already throughout all, throughout those neighborhoods, non-conforming again. I think it's just, that's not the way to go. Like I said, I'm fine with addressing the lot split concerns with the reduction in lot sizes, but I think the two-unit dwelling, special land use process makes sense. I think Councilmember Lowe is right in that we gotta, maybe there's some opportunities that we have to strengthen, historic district-type ordinances to make sure that we're protecting some of our history, because quite frankly, whether it's a two-unit dwelling or not, if somebody wants to tear down their old Victorian home and rebuild a brand-new home, they can do that. So, this isn't like, oh my gosh, this type of housing is what's the only thing that, would make that happen, because I think we've seen that happen with single-family residences as well, so.
The interesting thing on the historic preservation is a lot of people think it's, about the whole home. Most people care about the primary facade on the primary street. Neighbors care about not changing the charm of that neighborhood. They care far less about what happens the rest of the way on back, to the garage, and it's really just that primary street facade to maintain the same look and charm of the neighborhood. So, so I agree with you that we could look at that, but again, I'm not saying do it because Karen Lowe thinks it's a good idea. I just think neighborhood by neighborhood, we need to make sure our residents know we don't have a strong ordinance. We are not Holland or Saugatuck or Grand Rapids when it comes to historic districts at all. So we have to bake that into our process, or what we ask the Planning Commission to take a look at.
Okay, so right now, we've got the moratorium, vote on the floor. And Ryan, you want to amend that to say, or you want to say, don't pass the moratorium, don't extend the moratorium. Is that accurate?
Let's say if we make these zoning changes before it expires, which I think is that possible to do? Can that,
No.
so it has to go back, even though they've considered this,
Expires in January, the moratorium, and
Right.
we're not gonna get a public hearing with planning commission until February.
that's my question. This has to go back to the planning commission, even though they just sent us recommendations on these exact same questions.
I think it does. When you change the zoning ordinance, you need to hold a public hearing on that specific change.
Okay. And if that's the, yeah, no, if that's the process, I think we should have done this 2 weeks ago when we had these changes before us and said, okay, you know what, we want you to consider this more instead of, you know, this is, I think this, an odd process to, especially when our planning commission just, again, looked at this and were like, well, what do you want us to
We really have
change?
no
But-
choice but to extend the moratorium.
So,
But I think it's a wise move to buy a few more months. In that time frame, I would feel comfortable taking a proposal to roll back the lot width and lot area changes back to pre-January standards for all the districts that were affected. And I don't know that the planning commission's open to anything more than that.
and if they are, they'll let us know, I'm sure. They haven't been so far, but
I'm interested in two families as
Special
special
land
use,
use.
special
Special
land use rather than as a matter of right.
In South Side, Old Town, and East Town?
Yes.
Okay. We can bring that to a public hearing as well. And then,
Yeah, with design requirements.
yeah, if we hold a public hearing at Planning Commission on those changes, and they make recommendation for one piece but not the other, it's still gonna go to you, and you all decide what you wanna do, if you wanna do more than the Planning Commission did.
Right.
Very good. Thank
I still
you.
want to keep putting our planning commission through
Thank you, Ryan.
a lot of tug and pull that we've.
Yeah, I think this direction is
So.
gonna be very helpful.
Okay.
Okay.
And age does it.
Yeah, 'cause it's gotta go back, and they gotta.
Are you ready for a vote on this, Your Honor?
I believe so.
We ready?
Yep.
Can the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Cummins?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Fritz?
Yes.
Councilmember Lowe?
Yes.
Mayor McNally?
Yes.
Motion carries. You're now on to items that were pulled from the consent agenda and added to new business. So the first item is the approval of the Grand Haven Jeep Fest nonprofit fundraiser for Kenzie's BE Cafe on Saturday, May 14th, 2022, from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m., and to authorize the mayor and city clerk to execute the necessary documents.
So moved? Go ahead.
didn't
No,
offer a
go
motion.
ahead.
So moved.
I'll second it.
Motion by Cummins, second by Fritz. Discussion? I'll start if you want, because I put it on here. Do you want me to start? There are 3 events listed that are new events, that are different in some ways and the same in others. But this one in particular, I had a lot of questions about. It is a car show on a Saturday in the middle of May that shuts down basically the downtown blocks that generally get shut down, and it is a fundraiser for a very worthwhile nonprofit that's going to build a cafe or coffee shop at Washington and Ferry and go in the Crescent Theater building. So, good cause, but my question is, first of all, most car shows, I live on the edge of downtown, and I wake up fairly frequently to a very kind of old-fashioned 60s soundtrack as they set up for the car shows on Sunday morning. It's very unusual. I've never seen a car show on a Saturday, and Saturday is the principal business day downtown. So I sent a couple notes around to just some neighbors who are merchants and said, you guys know about this? And I asked Pat, and Pat said it was on the DDA agenda and was approved, but I was trying to figure out, do we have policies, all right, or do we have standards? Because it seems to me policies and standards in these kinds of events are a good thing. And I don't know how many private events we would start in downtown without, because one of the things Pat said was, well, usually if it goes fine the first time, it has the option of becoming an annual event. And the question to me is, should we, it's all day on a Saturday, which is a principal business day for the merchants downtown. And I only got responses from 3 that I know, and one said, we love the cause. It's not the worst Saturday they could pick, but usually they don't go on Saturdays and don't start early in the morning. So policy-wise, regardless of whether this is the best nonprofit in the world, and it may be one of them, is this something we should support as a council, shutting down the downtown main district for, I mean, where do we decide who gets to go, who do this and who doesn't? Special Olympics, the high school swim team, I can see the potential for some kind of expansion of the uses of these kinds of things that we've done in the past, and I'm concerned about the precedent. That's where I am.
I guess speaking as a former event planner in a municipality, I think what some would like to see is like, hey, this is another organization that's willing to put on an event, and the city doesn't have to put in time, or the DDA doesn't put in time in planning it. And hey, they're looking to bring 1,000 people downtown on a Saturday that check out the event, but also shop or discover new stores that they haven't seen before. They're not bringing in any food vendors. Those folks got to eat and go somewhere. I think that this is good for the economy to have folks, to have these types of events, and have this event in particular also supports a good cause. Now, as far as policies go, I brought this up previously. I think it's come up with previous councils that I think we should take a look at how we choose to waive our fees and those types of things, or how much we're waiving, but
there aren't any fees when well, I know there are some costs, but there aren't, like, when you use a park, you pay a fee, but when you use the public streets, you don't pay a fee, right? Is that how it works?
But that's the case for streets, but yeah.
But there's a cost.
There are barriers and very little for this event, because they're not gonna provide anything, but the Jeeps are gonna drive in and set up, and then the Jeeps are gonna drive out, and they're not providing public restrooms. They're really.
Your Honor, you're providing a really good question, because I agree with you, and I also agree, because we'll be talking about the policy issue. I think what we're looking for is their precedent and guidelines, like all the way until May 15th, or, mid-May, you may do these kind of, what do we restrict some of these things, or is there a ruling on it? You can do it, but you can't do it between Memorial Day and Labor Day, for example. That's not, it just would help us equitably approve it for folks if we had a few more. This coming in, I didn't pull it from the agenda because I wasn't going to disagree with it, but you highlight some good points just about our policy. I think we would just be better served if we started to develop a point of view and policy, about how we equitably do that.
I think from a fee perspective too, I agree with Ryan. I mean, it just seems like every time you see it's a waive fee, it's a waive fee, it's a waive fee. I think if we're just gonna waive the fees, then just don't charge a fee.
Yes.
It just gets to a point where it's kind of ridiculous.
But this one, we're talking about D, which doesn't have a fee, but I agree with you on the ones that have a fee. We have to discuss.
But I think for this one, I think that they're starting this in good faith, and if we wanna set policies, then.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
And that's all I'm saying. If we're gonna set a policy from May 15th to Labor Day or whatever, that's fine, we can talk about that, but, I mean, I think this is a good, I think this is something.
I don't have an issue with it, I was just saying,
Yep.
reiterating the policy.
My other question actually was, it's an east side business, and if it's gonna bring in 1,000, customers, wouldn't you think they'd want an east side venue? Why are, I'm not saying it's the wrong thing, I'm just,
I think it's a cool connection, east side, west side. Being
I'm,
able to,
I'm not into east side, west side, I mean,
you're not,
Ryan knows,
you
half my
don't.
relatives live on the other side,
you never go there.
I go there all the time, I'm always on the other side there, but.
I meant connecting
I'm also with-
neighborhoods.
I'm also with Ryan, saying the same thing, is what you bring 1,000 people in, and it's more than having only 500, or even 300 less, or whatever.
Just
But-
so you know, in my very unscientific poll, 2 of 3 said, these kinds of events don't bring us any business, and they make it hard for our customers to get to us. DDA blessed it. So, but policy-wise, how many of these can we accommodate, and how do we pick among them? That's kind of my, I'm okay with blessing this one if that's what you think we should do, but I think we should ask staff to develop a matrix about, and some recommendations about how often we should do this. I mean, what if we went to the proponent of the applicant and said, hey, instead of doing it on Saturday from 10 to 5, how about you do it on Sunday from 9 to noon? I mean, what do they lose? They're not paying anything for it. It doesn't block our business street on a Saturday, which is.
Can we ask Aaron? She's here, maybe
Okay,
we'll ask her.
hi, Aaron.
Hi, I'm happy to give you all the reasons why we chose this day.
Perfect.
As a business owner downtown, I own Jumpin' Java. It is not busy in May. I can tell you as a business owner, I would love to have 1,000 people have the chance to walk by my door. So we chose that date specifically for a Saturday to bring more people downtown in a time when we are still slow. I can show you my books. We're not busy in May yet. We don't get busy, sadly, till mid-June when school's done, right? So and we don't have that many events in May, right? Kite Fest happens maybe the weekend after that, which again, brings people to town, but it brings them to the beach. It was a way to get people downtown Grand Haven. We didn't choose the east side of town because I don't know that the cafe will be open yet, and I don't want to throw a party outside my cafe until I know it's going to be open. And I'm crossing my fingers that it will be by then, but I don't think it will be. Honestly, this was very well thought out. Kenzie's is the recipient, or will be, of the Rotary Jeep giveaway money. And we needed to work with the Ford dealership on when we could give away the Jeep, and a good day to do that, which would hopefully not only elevate the Jeep giveaway, but elevate Kenzie's name in the process. We were approached by a third party who said, I really love Jeeps and think a Jeep event in Grand Haven would be really cool, and we got connected. He didn't even know about the Jeep giveaway thing, and this kind of all came together. So we specifically chose this day, me as a business owner chose this day, saying, it's not busy yet. Let's bring more people to town. Let's get them out and about. Let's get people down here. And apparently Jeep lovers love Jeeps. Man, like people are already excited about this, just mentioning it to people. And I mean, I don't understand that love, and that's okay, but I'm excited about it.
And I bet that it's gonna be a little bit cooler in May still, and it's gonna want a warm beverage to warm up and
Well,
walk
and that's
around
why
and
we
see
didn't do
Jeeps
food.
and-
We specifically chose not to do food vendors, so people
Yeah.
would go into our businesses. We aren't doing any sort of alcohol, so the social district can be utilized and advertised, right? So we can push that, like, come downtown, have a drink, check out the Jeeps, grab food, go shopping. As much as the Jeep car show will be a Jeep car show, I do believe that it will bring people downtown shopping and eating and bringing money to our community outside of a fundraiser.
Okay.
And far as the policy goes on that, it's something we can do at goal setting, and that we can set that down for us, making sure that we want to do that. It's another topic for us to be working on. It's something that we should really sit down and do. We've had this discussion how many times, Ryan? You've been here 2 years with me, and each time we've had the same discussion. So I think it's about time we do set down some kind of policy, because what we had is most of the time we do is, yeah, you're right, we waive a lot of them, but a lot of them, if you look at them, they're nonprofits and stuff like that. But if it's somebody come town making money, we want to make sure we get a full price for them. It's not a decent price. But that's for another time with setting policy and that.
Okay. Anybody got anything else?
Not on this one.
Just on this one? Kelly, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Fritz?
Yes.
Councilmember Lowe?
Yes.
Councilmember Cummins?
Yes.
Mayor McNally?
Yes.
Motion carries. Your next item was also pulled from the consent agenda to approve the Grand Haven Seventh-day Adventist request to host the Messiah's Mansion exhibit on Harbor Island from July 15th through July 24th, with tours taking place from 1 p.m. to 7 p.m., and waive the park rental fee in the amount of $5,000 and authorize the mayor and city clerk to execute the necessary documents.
So I pulled that off the consent agenda.
Need a motion.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. I very rarely remember, but I did this time. Have we got
I'll make a motion.
Mike?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second it.
Now you can talk, but
Motion by Fritz, second by McLaughlin. Please, Karen, continue.
So I pulled it off, again, just because I do recall the discussions and Councilor Cummins saying in the prior council, asking council to keep looking at all these fees that have been waived. I've had some of our constituents contact me saying, is this how you're spending our tax dollars? You're giving things away when we're not necessarily, and I know that we were going to take a step back and look at that from a waterfront stadium perspective. This seemed a high dollar amount, and I just wanted to, I think there were some special circumstances where we were trying to infuse some different festivals and different parts of Grand Haven. I just wanted to ask the question. That's a substantial fee over a number of days, and just wanted to know more background on that.
Shar is here, and I think she can speak to that. And Mayor McNally mentioned to me today that she thought maybe the 5,000 was light because of the days of setup. They're actually occupying the
Days of
space
setup in
for-
front of it and a day
I
after
would
to
think
knock
so
it
too,
down.
so
So it's really 14 days instead of 10 days, which would be $7,000 instead of $5,000 if you charge them for the days where they're actually using our property. Anyway, Shar, have you dealt with this group?
Yeah, well,
And do
this
you know
is a
much
new
about it?
group again. Maybe should I give an overview of the special events process? Would that be helpful or not?
I think we've all reviewed the permits. I think we
Okay.
get how it works, and anyone can ask, and they
Anyone
can
can
all ask to waive fees, or only nonprofits can ask to waive fees.
As it has been in the past, anyone can ask for the fees to be waived.
Okay, and in the past, have you recommended if they requested waiver, you recommended we waive? Do you have a recommendation regarding this group?
For the group that is
The
here with the
Messiah's
5,000,
Mansion.
they are a faith-based nonprofit organization, and they asked if the fees could be waived. That has been the traditional process that we have gone through in the past. Park rental fees being waived, for example, if they were to use electricity or water or need trash containers, those would be fees that they would pay. But the land is there, we maintain it already, and in the past it has traditionally been waived if it was just for a park rental fee.
Has anybody paid to use Harbor Island that you know of?
Not since
Like,
I've been doing this
I asked Pat about
job.
the circus, and he said Kiwanis, and we've waived their fees.
No.
And I asked him, what else was? what was
Coast
it?
Guard and
I asked-
Feast of the Strawberry Moon.
And they don't pay.
None of them pay.
And I asked him about, I thought maybe this would be kind of an equivalent to Journey to Bethlehem.
Correct.
But Journey to Bethlehem is in Duncan Park,
Duncan
and it's a
Woods, yeah.
different, it's under different rules. So honestly, we're supposed to be content neutral in who we allow to use our public lands. But if we underwrite organizations, it seems to me we're not really being, we underwrite some and not others, we're not really being content neutral. So, Karen, I had this one scheduled to pull off too, and it might be something we throw into the hopper for goal setting, but in the meantime, we're faced with this one, and I'm not inclined to waive the full fee, though I could be convinced to waive the setup day and the tear down day, and for the days that it's operating, they're not charging a fee to tour. I looked them up and I watched their video, and it's kind of an interesting group. I'm not exactly sure who they are, but and there was livestock in their video, so are they bringing livestock to this thing? I mean, Journey to Bethlehem had livestock, and actually, it enhanced the experience, I thought. So I'm not opposed to that, but
There wasn't anything in their application that makes me believe that they are for this particular location.
yeah, all
But I
right.
can verify that if that's something you want an answer to.
Pat?
You know, when the mayor and I talked about this earlier today, and I was trying to think if there was anything about this particular event that distinguishes it from those others, and the one big thing is the duration. It's a long time to take up a big open space that is the middle of the summer, that people like to use it for flying kites, and some practice kite, you know, get their kite surfing things out there. If there's a good wind, they like to get out there. So there's, you know, remote control aircraft. I mean, so it's kind of a nice open space public use area, and this would fill it up for 2 full weeks where it wouldn't be able to be used by anybody else. So that does make it a little different than some of those other events. The Feast of the Strawberry Moon was just one weekend. Of course, Coast Guard is the full 10 days. They're out there. I think they're out there for 10 days.
I wouldn't like
Well,
to
they're
pick
out there
on
from the
Coast
day
Guard,
that they arrive,
Yeah,
Tuesday to set up.
Okay, and the Coast Guard, of course, is a tremendous community impact, community-wide, so, you know, there is a somewhat of a difference there, and I did not get any chance to check with DPW about turf management and any concerns about turf. I know Derek's here. Did that come up, Derek, and did we have any comment on the condition of the grass and what might happen?
Yeah, Derek Gatis, Public Works Director, but yes, I mean, that 14 days, that we won't be able to mow, there's some irrigation out there, but I believe they were behind or north of where the irrigation was, so we wouldn't have any problems with that, but yeah, how do you mow that kind of stuff, or what kind of damage does that do to the turf once they leave the area?
2 weeks of tents on grass in July burns the grass, it's gone. So, I
So
mean,
turf
that was-
restoration efforts are cost to do so.
Right.
Well, if you want to see a good example of what 2 days do, look at Central Park after they get done having all their blankets and that before up there.
Right,
Yep.
that's right.
And all those patches, and our
Yeah.
DPW has to work their rear off
So,
to get them back in shape.
All right, folks, what are we thinking?
Yeah, so I guess one of the questions I have is, can we, it is a long period of time. It is going to, I think we've underestimated our own investment in it, and the waive of the fee. I'd prefer not to approve this tonight, and at least either go back and find out, you know.
What questions do we have that we can get Shar to answer for us would be my,
Yeah, and since it is in July, I presume that waiting until another 2 weeks isn't going to, you know, it's not like they.
right, but do we have questions specifically that we want asked? Because honestly, I don't know what to ask anymore. I got a bunch of issues that I wrote down, but
I'm just not, I guess, I don't know, I don't understand. So we've never rented it out? We've never actually charged people before? Is that what we're saying?
I can't think of a nonprofit that has ever paid us for the use of the real estate. They'll reimburse us for all of our costs, but they always ask for these waivers, and they always get them, and Kevin's not wrong.
I feel like we
that
should take the
Make them pay
waiver
for
off
everything
the
else.
form. Like,
Well, and yeah,
you know, like, let's stop, let's
and
remove it
I
from the form.
would love to talk to you about it. I brought it up once before, and was not warmly received, because our biggest user is Coast Guard Festival. They access all kinds of city property, and we've got estimates of, you know, well north of 6 figures is what it costs us during that time, and they make money off our property. And we said, and so do so many of these others. They're a nonprofit, but they're making money, so maybe 25% of that ought to come back to the city to because we're nonprofit too.
Right.
And it was not well received. It was a very controversial subject, and it just sort of got scuttled. It's like, well, we'll do it case by case, and so that's what we do now. We say, well, you can ask, and they almost never get charged. Very few do pay for the exclusive use. Some do.
Very few.
Private events, use maybe Central Park when they want to have a wedding and not have anybody else there. They might pay the $150 for a quadrant.
And everyone else can still be there.
Yeah, I think there's just a big difference between the waterfront stadium on a Sunday morning for a couple hours for, a mass or a service and waiving that fee, than for July, 15th to the 24th, all of the associated costs, to Department of Public Works. I don't, it's not the group, it is the length of time, the request, and, it's not Sunday morning. There's it's not a low point, it's in the middle of our season when people, our residents and visitors, tourists want to use everything that Grand Haven has to offer. So I think that's the difference. It's not
So here's what I would see. Okay, Kevin wanted to ask, Derek, could you come up to the podium for a second?
Derek, I got you one question. There's, when you look at the applications, there's, electric is 125 and barricades. Does that cover your cost?
They do. We actually switched a couple years ago after I got here to put our actual labor costs in there. We work with the events, and that's why if you look at historically, those costs have gone up significantly.
Right.
Trash can receptacles are now $12 instead of $5 just a few years ago.
Yeah.
Yes, we actually do, and we'll bring to you a recommendation to cover costs, and you can during the budget process, and you can decide whether or not you want to implement those or supplement those, or
what I'm thinking is, if we're going to start to waive fees, we got to at least cover our costs.
Yeah. Nope, it does.
That's all I'm saying. That'd be crazy.
Absolutely. We do that with everything
Our
else on
options
it then.
here tonight, folks, our options are approve it without waiving fees, approve it waiving fees, disapprove it, or send it back for more information.
I'd like to say that the time period is too long, for one thing. It does tie up that whole field for it, and then also there is some damage in that. So if we send it back to them, I'd like to tell them to see if they can make a shorter time period, like they do for this Feast of the Strawberry Moon or anything that happens out there. There's usually only anywhere from 2 to 3 days. It's like either a Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
I think that's not a bad idea.
Instead of having the tying that whole field up for all that time, because we have a lot of people go out there, they got the soccer nets out there. If you go out there even during the summertime, you got families out there, they're playing soccer on it because it's out there. Also, just kind of a humor here, what are the geese going to do?
Right.
What are the geese going to do?
We know what the geese are going to do. Can I just ask you a question, Mike? It said the application said the Park Board recommended, Parks and Rec Board recommended.
I wasn't at that one.
Okay, I just wondered if you had any insight on that. All right, so you would say 3 days max?
Yeah, that's what I would shorten it down and make it so it's a doable thing. That's one thing I would look at if we want to.
This thing comes from Oklahoma, my guess is they have a set,
Looks like it.
yeah.
When I looked it up on the internet.
Yes, it's pretty well organized and, yeah, so,
That's a long
what do other
period.
people think about 3 days?
Cheryl, you've talked to them. If 3 days isn't going to work for them, we should just.
I think it won't work for them. My question might be, would there be another place where you would consider it?
Someplace on concrete.
Perhaps,
So it
yeah.
doesn't kill all our grass.
Right.
Airport.
Good point.
Airport, that's where we've had them before, we had different things.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we've had events at the airport before in that, because it's low, it doesn't have any for the aviation part in that. And also there's areas out there for them to have it too.
That parking area?
And there's there's plenty of parking out there too.
Why don't you bring that, excuse me, I don't.
Yep, no.
Why don't you bring that to them? See if they'd be willing to look at something besides the,
Besides a soccer field that
and then bring it
they'll
back to
scorch
us.
the grass. Is that, okay,
And
so,
check with the airport board.
we have to dispose of the motion, so right now we're saying no?
We can just postpone
We
it.
can postpone it?
Yep.
All right, so we need to, vote to postpone action on this motion.
Make that motion.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll make that
Ryan
motion
makes that,
to our,
Cummins makes that motion,
No, second.
to our next meeting.
Fritz seconds, to postpone till our next meeting, acting on this application.
All right, if you're ready for a vote, Councilmember Lowe,
Yes.
Councilmember Cummins,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Fritz,
Yes.
Mayor McNally.
Yes.
The motion is postponed to your next meeting. The next item was also removed from the consent agenda and added to new business. It's to approve the Salvation Army 100th year anniversary celebration to be held in Central Park on Saturday, September 17th, 2022, from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m., and waive the park rental fee in the amount of $500 and authorize the mayor and city clerk to execute the necessary documents.
Okay, I'm gonna,
Make a motion.
thank you, Mike. We make a motion? Kevin, motion by Fritz, second by McLaughlin. I pulled this off just to, compare and contrast to the other two. And I certainly support the Salvation Army's band, and I look forward to going down to hear them. I'm surprised that for an hour in Central Park, they would have to pay a $500 fee. I know we can waive it, but again, I'm a little worried about not being content neutral when we waive fees for certain organizations and don't do it for others. So I guess I wonder, do they even need a permit to hold a free concert in the park?
May I first make a correction? It should not be $500. That's my error. It should be $150.
Oh, okay, I like that better, and I still probably don't want them to pay it. Is it $150 because it's the
And
short?
I'm gonna make one more correction. No, they're a nonprofit, so it would be $100. So we have resident and non-resident rates, for-profit and non-resident rates.
Okay.
So they'd fall under nonprofit.
They would be non-profit, profit resident rate, is that right?
Right.
Okay.
So $100 an hour is what we would charge for Central Park.
Okay. I'm good with waiving the fee if they need a permit. I'm good with saying they don't need a permit. It sounds like we want to waive the fee, but I think holistically, down the line, we're going to need to address these issues together. Okay. Any other discussion?
So it's gonna be $100, we're gonna waive $100.
We're going to waive $100.
As amended?
Yes, that's right, because it's good, Karen. All right. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Yeah, Councilmember Cummins,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Fritz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowe,
Yes.
Mayor McNally.
Yes.
All right, motion carries as amended, to reflect the $100 fee instead of $500 fee. That time, that concludes your new business. You're moving on to unfinished business. And the first item of unfinished business is consideration by the City Council of a final resolution to amend Article 7, Stormwater Drainage of Chapter 37, Utilities of Part 2 of the City of Grand Haven Code of Ordinances. Administration recommends approval of this item.
Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Lowe, second by Fritz. Any discussion? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Fritz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowe,
Yes.
Councilmember Cummins,
Yes.
Mayor McNally.
Yes.
All
Just
right.
for the audience, I'm just going to state this is the second reading of a major stormwater drainage ordinance that is a model ordinance proposed by the Lower Grand River
Watershed something.
watershed, yeah. And it seems to meet everything we're obliged to do under our MPDES permit, so. Okay.
All right.
Please go on.
Yep, the second item of unfinished business is consideration by the City Council of a final resolution to execute a partial termination of the 1937 right-of-way and partial termination of the 1946 easement encumbering Robinson's Landing subdivision as requested by the Michigan Community Capital, and authorize the mayor and city clerk to execute the necessary documents.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Lowe, second by McLaughlin. Discussion?
BLP recommended.
Yeah, I was gonna ask that. Pat, did the BLP actually recommend approval, or is it just?
Dave did. I mean, we
Okay,
got it,
good.
we got back from the, director that, you know, he was prepared to say, okay, go with it.
Good.
And, so I think
I'm
we're in
really
good shape.
glad to hear that, actually.
Yeah, me too.
We're gonna do it
Okay,
anyway.
and since
Merry
I'm the one
Christmas.
who's John Hancock's gonna be on the documents, the lawyers looked at them and, the releases and such are good to go?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor. They'll be here tomorrow morning, and it's really critical that we have those documents tomorrow so they can continue the financing.
The clerk has so informed me, and I will comply.
Well, thank you.
Okay,
No cookies for you, yeah.
yeah, exactly. I saw something that looked like it was set up for Mayor Manetz's signature instead of Mayor McNally's, and if that's the case, we might need to fix it. Or I can sign over.
No,
I'm not-
no, Your Honor. I did correct that last week, Friday, when I got the final
Okay, good.
documents, so Clerk Kelly has the updated documents.
Perfect,
We received them this afternoon.
perfect. Okay, anything else? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Fritz?
Yes.
Councilmember Lowe?
Yes.
Councilmember Cummins?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Mayor McNally?
Yes.
All right, motion carries. You are now on to reports by the city council.
Your Honor, would you like me to start?
Go ahead. You may.
So, as a city council member, I promised to represent all of the people of Grand Haven, regardless of my personal beliefs, and to do my best to ensure that the ethical and fully transparent and informed decision-making on issues facing the city. One of the things that I've learned in my short term of office is that council members have to do a lot of research and investigation on their own. And it's no disrespect to our staff, it's just that we have a lot of issues coming at us, and we have to listen to the people, but also listen to, look out and find, do some of our own independent fact-finding. And the reason for that is that's the only way that we can kind of reconcile some seemingly conflicting information and postures. And I try to keep an open mind, and you know, as do all of the council members, and trying to look and view issues from multiple perspectives. So to that end, I did do some research and some investigation that I thought might be useful to the community. And so it's really just in the interest of transparency that I wanted to share a little bit of information that is on the screen now with Ashley. And what I did is, I didn't really understand a lot about the recreational use of marijuana sales and some of the history that has taken place. So I asked myself a number of questions, and I went out and looked to try to find some of the information. I wanted to share a little bit of that with you today. So if you move to the next slide, Ashley. So the first question was about what the State of Michigan Proposal 1 marijuana legalization initiative was. It was legalizing, or as the mayor said, decriminalizing the recreational use and possession of marijuana for people 21 years of age and older in the state of Michigan. It also did two other things along with that. Municipalities were authorized to limit or ban marijuana establishments within their boundaries, but there were some zoning, some things that were included in from the state around zoning and keeping things at least 1,000 feet away from a public or private school, for example. The second thing was that in addition to sales tax, they enacted a 10% 10% excise tax, and the revenue from that 10% excise tax was to be placed in a marijuana regulation fund. And I've included some information in the packet. If you take a look at it, it was just interesting to me as to how that was going to be used as you look through in terms of not just funding the initiative's implementation, administration, but also some interesting research. What's interesting too is that some of that money came back to the communities. So I urge you to take a look at that. I just found, that it was more than what it seemed on the surface in terms of just the legalization of marijuana sales. Ashley, the next slide. The results for Grand Haven, as we discussed at the last meeting, really mirrored what happened overall in the state of Michigan, and every single precinct, again, voted in favor of legalizing recreational marijuana. So that passed, and the city took action. So that passed in November of 2018. In March of 2020, after a lot of work by the Planning Commission and the City Council approved the additions governing commercial medical marijuana facilities ordinance in the city of Grand Haven. And then in September 10th of 2020, the City of Grand Haven City Council awarded 4 medical licenses, which was the maximum allowed in the ordinance that we adopted. Of the 4 licenses for medical provisioning centers approved, only 1 has opened thus far, and that gentleman was here, Aaron Smith was here at our last meeting talking to us. Of the remaining 3 licenses, as far as I understand it, 2 have potentially expired, and 1 licensee status is not really is unknown. So I just wanted to provide some of that information. Next slide, Ashley. The third thing is, what market shifts are causing the city to look at this now? Well, there's some really interesting things going on, which I wasn't aware of. First of all, it appears that the recreational and adult use sales first started in Michigan in December of 2019. After just 6 months, while medical marijuana sales and recreational marijuana sales were on the same trajectory, they kind of crossed over, and recreational marijuana sales eclipsed and continued to grow, where what was expected is for medical to continue to grow along with it. Instead, it was cannibalized by the medical, or by the recreational marijuana sales. And when you think about it, it kind of makes sense. Kind of into the pandemic, we don't know if that had, but it happened much faster than the state or anyone, certainly anyone that had invested in a medical marijuana business would have expected. Since then, the recreational sales have continued to cannibalize the medicinal market, resulting in fewer applications for medical cards and declining renewals. Why? Because they can buy it recreational, and there's no hassle, it's just accessible. So what we heard at our last meeting was Aaron Smith came to us and said he's the only one, by the way, licensee that has gone through this entire process, the expense of, and the time of the site plan approval from the Planning Commission, the building permits and occupancy permits, significant construction, property improvement. And what he was asking for is a pathway to adult use sales in Grand Haven. So that's kind of the why are we looking at this now. If you look at, go to the next slide, please, Ashley. Are there other factors that causing City Council to look at this now? Well, yeah, there are a couple other things. One, we want to look at the surrounding area and to some of our neighbors. Some have not allowed medicinal or recreational sales. Others have done both. What's interesting is that of those that allow any kind of marijuana sales, Grand Haven is the only one that does medicinal only. So some have moved just to adult use because of what I showed in the last document. Medicinal sales are just dying out. So what does that mean? Well, it actually means that Grand Haven is the only one that does any kind, in the surrounding area, that has any kind of cannabis sales, but doesn't get to benefit from a tax perspective, from the excise tax that comes back to the individual communities. So I thought that was interesting and something that you all should know about. The other really interesting thing is that I've heard a few people say, well, gee, it's because we want to keep this away from our schools, recreational marijuana. Medicinal is one thing. Well, the interesting thing is you can go online and buy marijuana in Muskegon and have it delivered to Grand Haven. So we're not keeping it out. It's not illegal here. So again, I'm just sharing this information because it was news to me when I was looking into this a little deeper. Next slide. Another question that I had in my mind was, hey, have there been any impact studies, pros, cons, conducted by reliable, trusted sources across all of the states, the effect of state marijuana legislation? And I found this interesting because the Cato Institute did a study in 2019 and then they updated it in 2021. And what they found was that, gee, whether you were an advocate or critic, both sides overstated the benefits. But the fact of the matter was that state legislations have had very minor effects on the community. So it wasn't all gloom and doom. It also wasn't all of the benefits that some of the advocates had promised. There's only one area where the marijuana legislation had a significant impact, and that's through state tax revenue. Lastly, if you go to the next slide, was there anything else that City Council should consider? Well, we've turned this back to the Planning Commission to take a look and come back to us, but it seems some of the data out there, my Pew research indicates that this is a little bit of the generational issue, and it's not just here in Grand Haven, it's across the country, where the majorities across age groups, except for 75 and older, say that marijuana should be legal for medical and recreational uses. The other thing that occurred to me was the equity and income. You know, banning recreational sales may perhaps disadvantage middle to lower income residents and favor the rich and affluent who can actually afford to get it delivered to their home here in Grand Haven. So you have to ask yourself, wait a minute, what are we doing here in our, something is legal, and if we say that we don't want to hear, there seems to be an inconsistent message when we say we want a social district, but we don't want something that we've deemed legal to be sold. And again, as I've talked to some residents, the real issue is not yes, or no, we don't want recreational sales. I think it turns out to be the number of establishments that they're willing to try and risk. And we may have gotten ahead of ourselves, starting with 4 on the medicinal side. The last thing was the recent lawsuits in other cities, Traverse City. This is precisely what they've been sued. The lawsuits have occurred. It's where they granted many medical licenses and then they tried to grant fewer recreational sales licenses. These markets have converged. That's really the truth of the matter. So that's what got them into some legal mess. So I share this with you just in the interest of saying that we as council members don't always have full information when things come to us. We rely many times on some of you who have brought some really great information, and I've certainly learned from so many residents. But in the interest of transparency, we want to let you know there's a lot of things that we have to look at here when we come to a decision. What we've turned back to the Planning Commission is we've asked them to say, hey, take a look at this. How much of a rewrite for our ordinance? What recommendations would you make? And come back to us. The decision will still be placed here with your city council, but there's a lot for them to consider, and that's why they're taking a look at it. So anyway, that's my report. I just wanted to share the information that I found, I'm interested in hearing from all of you regarding any other information that you might have or thoughts that you have on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lowe. I'm not that well prepared tonight, so thank you for that. Honestly, there were some really good, interesting new things that I learned from reading it in the packet as well. So I appreciate that approach. That's interesting. So yeah. Congratulations to each of you new council members for finishing your first calendar year on the city council. I know it's been a real lengthy one here, but you finished your first year, so you're going to be going into a new year here soon. But I just want to say I'm grateful to serve with each of you, and I'm really, as the pastor was saying earlier, typically this time of year we want to try to slow down. Hopefully after today we can all slow down a little bit, including our staff, who have been are always working hard. I've been, especially over the last couple of weeks, very impressed with the responsiveness. Staff's always good about getting back, but I mean, I've had questions going out to DPW about lead testing and finance questions and planning questions just today that Jennifer was really responsive on. Pat, you're really good about getting back quickly. Ashley's creating graphics about DPW and about all the work that they do, plus this really lengthy annual report. So just grateful for our staff and all your hard work all the time. So hope everybody gets to slow down a little bit, enjoy your Christmas, your holidays, your New Year, and we'll start maybe a little fresher next year. So thank you.
Mike?
Oh, yeah, I'd just like to wish everybody happy holidays, which is politically correct, but for me it would be Merry Christmas to everybody, which is not politically correct, which half the time I'm not. But new members came on board, and I really liked the attitude was that we listen to the people and listen to what they say and that. And I really applaud you, Karen, for bringing this up for the medical marijuana. I like to propose that we put on the ballot before us five decide if we want recreational marijuana, that we should ask our citizens to vote in here again if they want it, because as the mayor says, some of these people voted for it thinking that was just because they wanted to smoke it, and that was okay. But do they really want it in their city? Do they really want to sell it in their city? I think we should leave it up to our constituents to make that decision for us. It's what they want in here, not us. I mean, we have our opinions. We have 5 different things, but that's what they really want in this town. I really like that. And I could support it 100% if they come out and say, the majority says, yes, we can do it. So I challenge you guys. I would like to see that put out there for them to vote on it and say yes. Listen to our constituents. Hear what they have to say. They vote, they say it, that's done. It gives us a clear message telling us exactly what they want to do with it. Otherwise, we can speculate and think of what is actually going on. This is not what I want to do. I want to make sure that everybody out there that's voting can vote on it. And I think we should put this on the ballot and have our constituents vote for it. I don't think it should be left up to the 5 of us to make a decision. We need the community to be involved on this. It's a pretty big thing to do. It's a big step, and I'm sure other communities have done. We can do this. I challenge that. That's what we need to do. That's what I would like to see. In the meantime, holiday seasons, everybody have a great time. If you're traveling, be safe. The other variants out there, please mask up. Enjoy your time together, because it's family time, and that's what it's all about, is being with your family. And enjoy your times. So, Merry Christmas to everybody, and have a Happy New Year.
I'll echo that. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. It's been a long evening.
Well, it's about to get longer. Sorry. I'm going to provide some counterpoint to Council Member Lowe's presentation on the sale of recreational marijuana.
Oh, okay. Is this your presentation of your council report? Because I didn't know we were discussing this as a
This is
debate?
my
Comment.
This is my mayor's comment at the end of the evening.
Oh,
as-
okay,
yeah,
okay.
okay.
So
This issue came to the forefront in our city now because a merchant who obtained a permit to sell medicinal marijuana just over 1 year ago, who knew full well the city had decided not to permit recreational sales, made a poor business decision because market trends in marijuana sales were changing. Now he comes before City Council claiming surprise and hardship and asking the entire community to approve and accept the sale of recreational marijuana to save his business. This merchant is well connected throughout the region in the marijuana industry, and his claim that he could not foresee this market trend rings hollow. He made a deliberate choice to plant his shop as a spearhead for a campaign advised and perhaps even underwritten by the larger cannabis industry to bring recreational sales into our community. We should not reward his actions with a fast-tracked, favorable, one-sided permitting process. The 2018 ballot initiative that legalized marijuana in Michigan allowed communities to ban or limit sales within their boundaries. Councilmember Lowe conflates the voters' decision to legalize marijuana with support among Grand Haven residents for recreational sales in our community. This is neither accurate nor fair, as these are two distinct questions. Many people voted to legalize marijuana to eliminate the stigma of criminal conviction for marijuana use, particularly for young people whose futures were being compromised by immature decisions regarding drug use. There has never been a showing that Grand Haven voters desire recreational sales in our community. Conversely, there has never been a showing that they disapprove of them. And the ballot legalization question was sufficiently distinct from a community decision on recreational sales as to provide no ground for logical inference. Councilmember Lowe represents that Grand Haven is the only community in our part of West Michigan that has restricted marijuana sales to medical marijuana. But as she's also pointed out, many of our neighbors have already rejected recreational sales in their communities. Spring Lake, Ferrysburg, and Grand Haven Township. What that means for local marijuana merchants, which is not a phrase I'd ever thought I'd use in this city, is greater profits in Grand Haven, because if we move forward as a community with recreational sales, we will become the marijuana market town for Northwest Ottawa County. Councilmember Lowe insists that by advancing recreational sales of marijuana in Grand Haven, she's carrying out the will of the people. I strongly believe that most local residents do not support recreational sales. Only one of us is right. This issue is simple to decide, as Councilmember Fritz has pointed out. A local ballot initiative in May that allows Grand Haven residents to make this important community decision together and directly. I call on my fellow council members to get this right, because regardless of what you may think, this is a highly controversial issue and an important reflection of the values of our city. On a personal note, I've lived in Grand Haven 14 years since retiring from the Coast Guard. I personally know of 5 young men in our community whose lives were irreversibly derailed by marijuana use. They were good kids from good families whose marijuana use led to, in one case, to a catastrophic accident, in another to a felony conviction, in another to a murdered roommate in a college dorm, and to a couple of others simply dropping out of high school and never getting back on track. I know there are other similar stories out there. I heard a mother tell one at the Planning Commission meeting last week. This is a very real problem, and our decision on this as a community must take this into account. You can say that recreational pot shops will only sell to adults who are 21 or older, and you would be right. You can say these boys and all the others could just as easily have lost their way through alcohol use or without any illicit substance at all, and you would be right. But I look at the broader message about community values we send to our kids, to visitors, to our public safety professionals, to neighboring communities, and to businesses that might consider investing when we openly sell marijuana in our lovely, family-friendly small town. It is simply the wrong thing to do.
The next item on your agenda is the city manager report.
I'm not gonna go through the whole thing, are you, Pat?
I just really thank you very much for, again, a long meeting. You made a lot of good decisions tonight. I think we made a lot of good progress on some important issues. annual report, and I know I mentioned this in writing, but for the sake of the many people I'm sure that are still tuned in, there is an annual report that is available. We'll post it on the city website. End of year, there's going to be a new convention unless we decide to do it differently, but I think there's a good way to do it. End of the year, we cover everything the city does, all of our departments. Ashley put it in a beautiful more of an infographic type shape. It's down to 28 pages, and about 6 or 7 years ago, it was 70 pages. And about 10 years ago, it was 130 pages. And it was in our budget. And I think when we did the budget, everybody was looking at the numbers and doing financial planning and you know, doing that part of it. And I think these service plans went overlooked, and staff spent so much time putting these service plans together. So this year we made a very intentional departure. We took it out of the budget. Said, don't waste your time during budget time doing all that narrative. Let's refine it and perfect it and put it together at the end of the year. So we're close. I already challenged Ashley. We're going to try to get down to 10 pages next year. So it's something people will actually digest and appreciate the volume. You guys have gotten, you new officials, like a fire hose going to all these departments and seeing the huge amount of stuff that these guys are doing every single day. So we try to get a little bit of that out to the community. So that's all I've got tonight, Your Honor. I'm sorry, I do have one other thing. We are going to hire the appraiser. We're going to give him a key to the diesel plant tomorrow, and he'll come out, and if anybody was interested in seeing that or being there, I'd love to have you connect with the appraiser and just kind of look him in the eye and ask any questions you might have about how he's going to approach the value and that sort of thing. So let me know if that's something you're interested in. Be happy to make that connection. And Merry Christmas, and I am dying for a cookie. This has been like Sisyphus sitting over here thinking about those cookies. Thank you, Your Honor.
The meeting is adjourned.
You have a call the audience.
Oh.
Call the audience.
All right.
They might want to chat.
Oh, we got somebody. Hang on.
Ryan, 1125 Penoyer. I want to quickly go to your report and your statements. I think if you make the citizens vote on this again, you are telling them that they were naive in voting in the first place, that they didn't think through or read the ordinance as it was written of the state law. And I can tell you, every single resident in this town read that. They understood what they were voting for, and that was legalizing recreational and medical marijuana in our community. This does not need to go to a vote. You guys need to make the decision. It should not have to go back to a vote. We are educated human beings in Grand Haven, Michigan, and if you make us vote again, you are going to tell us that we didn't understand what we were voting for the first time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member of the audience want to make a statement?
Jim Hagan, 400 Lake. I'd like to thank Councilman Fritz for recommending that it does go to a vote. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Anybody still awake?
Making sure it's still working. I'm going to call it myself. I'm calling in. Still working, so.
All right, meeting's adjourned.